Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
So we kind of touched on this conversation yesterday surrounding the Kevin Patullo hire. When does blind faith come into the conversation for an organization like the Eagles where pretty much everything they've done over the last calendar year is hit? That's why they won the Super Bowl. We're going to discuss how you get to that point, or if you can, because I know John Kincade, who's to my left, has trouble with that sometimes, and I don't know that he's necessarily wrong. Also, we're going to do an exercise on how you replace some of the positions that are going to be needs for the Eagles this offseason. I'm Connor Thomas, in for Andrew Salciunas. It's Kincade and Salciunas here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
Chance, baby. They dominated.
I never saw that coming. The way that defense made Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes look, that's legendary.
Is this real? Like, are we awake right now, or is this just some sort of dream?
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Championship Friday morning. Donnie, we can't get away from saying that even though Andrew Salciunas is out.
No, it always puts a smile on my face, and I want him to do it. I want him to do it all the way till we start football season.
Yeah, listen, now.
It just puts a smile on their face.
I think there will be some days in the summer where it might feel pretty far away. But as long as we can hold on to it, we will keep doing that here on Kincade and Salciunas. Andrew just taking the day off to be with his son Cooper because his wife's out of town, so he's on daddy duty. So we've got you today here on Kincade and Salciunas. Now, yesterday, we had a lot of interesting discourse on the Eagles' offensive coordinator hire. Nobody knows if Kevin Patullo is going to be good or not, but there's plenty of conjecture about what the hiring process was, what his resume looks like. And part of the argument that I tried to make yesterday when going back and forth with you, John, and Andrew, was that at this point, I'm kind of inclined on any decision where there's an element of uncertainty to trust the Philadelphia Eagles almost to a blind level. And I think a lot of people in the fan base have gotten there with this team right now.
I think they got there recently.
Yes.
But many have gotten there.
Yeah,
absolutely. It's because it's a recent thing. Because as recent as the week as we were preparing for the Green Bay game, I think half of this fan base was Chicken Little.
Yeah.
Was embarrassing the hell out of me.
I think it's as recently as post-Super Bowl. Like, I think you needed the ring to validate everything we thought.
Okay.
But I think in the wake of a season that incredible, where we were having conversations earlier this week about, is this the best Super Bowl winning team of the last 25 years of the history of the NFL? Like,
arguably it is.
It is. So
the case was good.
When you do that, a lot of people in the fan base now look at Howie Roseman, Jeffrey Lurie, Nick Sirianni, this organization and the way they conduct their business and say, well, they just nailed everything for a year, so why would we doubt them? And I know that's not your thing because healthy skepticism is kind of how you view sports sometimes.
Well, I think if the Philadelphia Eagles were the Kansas City Chiefs, and even though they beat them, 2 weeks ago, but if they were the Kansas City Chiefs franchise and we had a string of Lombardis the last 5 years and Super Bowl berths where we didn't win, but they still got there, I'd be fine with it. No, they're not there yet with blind faith, because one thing we've seen with the Eagles, and it's the only critique to me, Connor, is that they have not done a good job sustaining.
Totally fair.
When they win, they drop off. They go to a Super Bowl and lose in a heartbreaking fashion. They drop to the next year to being a mediocre 9-8 type of team.
Here's what I'll say to that:
11-5, but
so,
you get the 6, but you get the idea.
Right, coming off 17-18, absolutely correct.
Yeah, they went to 9-7 that year, I think.
Yes, still a playoff team. Got lucky in Chicago with the double doink, Nick Foles magic, all of that stuff,
and then got screwed on the
the Alshon drop. But what I will say, there are weird circumstances with the quarterback situation with that team. I think the team could have been built better, but there was some stuff that other Super Bowl teams don't normally have to go through there. And they were better coming off the 2022 appearance, even though there was a major collapse at the end of the season. That team did a better job than the 17-18 team at putting competitiveness on the field.
Thing is, though, I felt better about the 17-18 team because at least they were together.
Right.
That team last year was an embarrassment, and the head coach is the quarterback is feuding with the head coach, and I phrase it that way because the head coach wasn't feuding with the quarterback. He wasn't publicly not giving the quarterback any support. He was supporting him at every turn. So to me, I was very disappointed in last year because I just thought it became a bit of a PR clown show. Now, they've cleaned it up and they've made it look good. I need to see a little more before I say blind faith.
I get that. That's a strong argument.
Now, drafting, I'm willing to give blind faith.
We are going to get into that.
I understand. I've read your show sheet.
The combine, only 2 pages. Andrew Salciunas'
I like
show
it.
sheet is like 8
well,
pages.
He's not an environmentalist like you.
I'd like to save the trees.
Connor worked for Greenpeace for around 18 months.
I did not. They would not have me, but I'm happy to be here at the Fanatic. But I think there are a lot of people in the fan base that are already there. And I don't know if that's right or wrong, but it's more where the mentality of the individual Eagles fan is at with this team that I want to dive into today, because we're just a couple of guys on the radio, and sometimes we get lost in the weeds of doing this every day. It may be easier for someone who the Eagles are a part of their life, but not their whole career.
Sure.
To say, yeah, man, I'm just going to wipe my hands of any worry right now. Howie Roseman's got this. This organization has this. So 610-632-0975 is the phone number to join in on the program today. That's our first question. Have you reached the point of blind faith with the Philadelphia Eagles' decision-making after a year that resulted in a Super Bowl in such astounding fashion as they went through the playoffs with?
Again, do you think I'm wrong on that? If someone tells me they have blind faith in the Eagles, I'm going to say to them, you got there 2 weeks ago.
I don't think you're wrong to say that.
Because, I mean, to me, I don't think we heard all season long, I don't think we heard blind faith that this team was going to bring home a Lombardi.
Right. But
my blind faith was Final Four. Mm-hmm. Wasn't to win a championship.
Yeah, but
and
once
that would
you get
still
there,
have
you
been
get
damn
there.
good. No, that's what I say.
Yeah.
If you told me every year, and I believe we're going to see it in the next couple of years, you've got a great chance to get to the Final Four every year, sign me in the dotted line.
Yeah,
that's fantastic.
Who says no to that? I mean, the only team in
You're
football
in
that even questions that is Kansas City, because they're like, sign us up for the final 2. But the Eagles might be that team now. I know we're not going to do the dynasty conversation.
No.
Mr. Salciunas, who normally likes to poke the bear on that one and talk to you about that as the day off.
Well, he's visiting his psychiatrist today, too, I understand. So they can talk about this dynasty talk.
But the blind faith thing is interesting because inherently it seems wrong, right? You should be able to question everything that an organization does. A winning organization, a losing organization, a mediocre organization. Every move, there should be a positive side and a negative side of any potential opportunity. Pros and cons lists are a great way to evaluate risk. One of the things you like to talk about.
Do you do that in life?
Not as much as I should, but I try to.
I think it's your age.
Yeah.
I think it's the age. And
My
I think
decisions aren't quite as important as stuff that you might have to take care of.
Well, I think that's where we get to age difference, because when I was your age, I didn't either.
Yeah.
And I find that, but I found life more enjoyable when I didn't.
Yes, but then
when I did, like, occasionally fly by the seat of my pants.
It's a great point.
I don't do that.
But I guarantee you, I step in it a lot more.
I did too.
Making those mistakes, living life that way.
Absolutely.
So as an Eagles fan, are you the 30-year-old, no care in the world? And I'm not talking about your actual age.
No.
But like,
yes.
In this example between John and I, not having to worry about anything. Hey, we'll figure it out. I trust that things are going to work out because they have. Or are you I want to be more critical because I know what's at stake. I know that the schedule is tough next year. I know that the league is coming for the Philadelphia Eagles. I know that repeating is a tough thing to do in any league, much less the NFL. I mean, come on. So the Birds have their work cut out for them, and I'm interested in the offseason mentality of this fan base. Are you looking at this organization as, hey, whatever they do, however crazy it might seem, whether that's moving on from Hassan Reddick, who was a huge part of the pass rush,
which I was, by the way, totally fine with.
Yeah, and
it ended up working
out.
But I did not think that it was going to be what it was.
Right.
I'm not acting like I saw that coming.
Yeah.
No. But I was totally fine with getting him out of the locker room, because I do believe from everything I found out that he was a big part of what went on last year in a negative fashion.
And that seems to be proven true.
Yeah.
Whether the Eagles go out and do something akin to, I don't know, paying a free agent running back a boatload of money, something that I myself has advocated against numerous times on these airwaves.
I did too.
Saquon Barkley.
I did too.
We might just be at that point where the rules of the NFL don't apply the same way to the Philadelphia Eagles, because this organization just has a knack for making it work.
And that's the kind of thing that I want to be. God, I've never said this. I want to be more like you.
I love
but
that's music to my ears.
But when I say I can't, it's like it's just not in my makeup right now. It's not. But I'm absolutely very confident that I believe the Eagles were going to make more right decisions than wrong.
It might be more fun to be where I'm at.
Sure,
but it might be safer to be where you're at. So
why live life so safely?
Hey,
you know
sometimes it's a good thing. So I want to know where the fan base is at. Of course, 610-632-0975 is the phone number to call in and text in on that. Have you reached the point of blind faith with the Philadelphia Eagles heading into this offseason? We're also going to do an interesting exercise coming up next, and we're going to carry this throughout the show. There are a lot of places where the Eagles are going to have to either add or return players, depth or starters. So we're going to run through positions, and I want to know, is it more likely that they add these players through free agency or through the draft? We'll discuss that coming up next, and we'll also continue that blind faith conversation. I'm Connor Thomas in for Andrew Salciunas, John Kincade to my left, Brennan Gunn on the board. We're back after this here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson, Ricky Vitalico, and Silvana Kelleher.
All right, we have got a fun day of Eagles conversation heading into the offseason set for you here. I'm Connor Thomas in for Andrew Salciunas. John Kincade is always to my left, and Brendan Gunn on the board. Now, we're going to break down, again, position groups that the Philadelphia Eagles are going to have needs at this offseason. And it's not just starters. Like, we know the big names. Zach Bond.
Yeah, the big names we got.
Josh Sweat, Mekhi Becton, Milton Williams, the names we've discussed all week. But there are some interesting depth pieces that are going to be free agents this year. And that's something important as well. So we're going to break down pretty much every position group on the Eagles roster over the course of the show and just look at if it's more likely that they add through free agency or the draft, or maybe not more likely, but what your personal preference is. We will accept all answers on this. So as we go through these, if you want to chime in on those as well, we're going to take a look at that. But I want to dive deeper into the blind faith conversation first, because part of this idea of giving carte blanche to an organization, or more so than an organization, I think it's an individual.
Okay.
Like, can we boil this down to blind faith in Howie Roseman? Like, I feel like the offseason, at least, like we know once they get the ball out on the field for the first game, week 1, home opener, season opener against whoever it's going to be on that Thursday night, it's hard to have blind faith in a game because football's football.
Okay.
But in the offseason, it boils down to Howie Roseman, right? And he's about as good as we've ever seen in the sport.
But can you have blind faith, and I'm just saying, just being honest with you here, can you have blind faith in Howie Roseman when 2 of the 3 decisions he made last offseason, the biggest money acquisitions he made, 1 was a complete bust, 1 was gone from the team after September?
Yeah, and that's
of the top 3. So to me, those could have ended up crippling this team.
Absolutely.
Somehow they didn't, and that's great news. But I think that was more the coaching staff coaching other guys up and getting the most out of guys.
That's fair. Now, those other guys.
To me, 2 of those 3 decisions he made, he thought they were great decisions. He looked at Bryce Huff and said, he's great. He's great. This is perfect. Nah, that was a terrible decision.
Now, you and I disagree a little bit on that Bryce Huff dynamic, only because I think that was a decision Howie Roseman was forced into. Like, I think he was forced into shopping for somebody.
Exactly. He wasn't forced into getting Bryce Huff, though.
Yeah, but if you go out and, like, your wife tells you to buy this thing at the store, like this product that you've never heard of before, like if you normally are a bread, milk, and eggs guy.
Right.
And you get a text and you're like, hey, can you pick up some paprika, honey? You don't know which brands. You don't know which type.
What would you know about your wife telling you what to do?
Well, I don't know.
I have a doctorate in it.
My mom tells me sometimes what to pick up from the grocery store when I'm helping her out with stuff.
I got you.
But I think Howie Roseman was put into a position where he had to go try and find a player at a position he maybe wasn't expecting to with the whole Hassan Reddick situation. It does not change the fact that Bryce Huff was a major miss. And that's part of the question that I want to ask here about when the last time Howie Roseman had a major miss was. And that's kind of right there. You consider that a major miss, right? I would.
But the result of the season doesn't change that 2 of his 3 decisions that he thought were great decisions were absolutely abysmal.
Now, you ready for the positive spin here?
Yes.
That shows me Howie Roseman can have multiple major misses in an offseason and still put together one of the great rosters we've ever seen.
And that's what's great is both things can be true.
Yes, they can.
Absolutely.
So we will get an idea of where the people are at on this coming up, and we're also going to look at the first and probably most important position group that the Eagles are going to have to add to this offseason. We're going to take a look at the defensive tackle position for the Birds, the spot where most people have gone first. Where do they add at that position this offseason? I'm Connor Thomas, John Kincade to my left, Brendan Gunn on the board. I'm in for Andrew Salciunas, who just has the day off. He'll be back on Monday. This is Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Juergens has surgery. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Fanatic Sports Update. After battling a back injury throughout the playoffs, Eagles center Cam Juergens underwent a procedure on his back yesterday, and it's reported that the doctors expect Juergens to make a full recovery by July, just in time for training camp. And it's going to be a big training camp as the team has a new offensive coordinator, Kevin Patillo, who, of course, was hired on Wednesday. A.J. Brown joined the Insiders on the NFL Network yesterday and said he's a fan of the hire.
You never answered me, though.
I truly feel like it's a great hire. He already has been involved in almost everything. Him, Kellen, and Nick basically called the plays already. So it's a great hire.
The Sixers dropped their first game back after the All-Star break last night, 124-104 to the Boston Celtics. The Sixers are back in action tomorrow night against the Brooklyn Nets. And the Flyers, they begin their unofficial second half of the season tomorrow against the Edmonton Oilers. Speaking of hockey, Team USA lost to Team Canada last night 3-2 in overtime of the Four Nations Championship. This update was brought to you by Staples Stores. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything you need for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Offseason. I'm Connor Thomas, filling in for Andrew Salciunas. He just has the day off. He'll be back on Monday. John Kincade to my left, Brendan Gunn on the board, and defensive tackle on the minds of Eagles fans. With Milton Williams expected to get a big payday somewhere, and most likely not here in Philadelphia, it seems like the general consensus is someone's going to throw the bag at Milton Williams, and as a rotational piece behind Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter, it doesn't seem to fit the Philadelphia Eagles cap space to be able to
go pay him
right
top of the market. He's not one of those two guys.
No, so he's most likely gone. And behind him, you have Moro Jomo, and that's pretty much it, right? Like, those are the names that we know in the interior defensive line. So that's going to be a position that we really focus on this offseason. We know the Philadelphia Eagles' philosophy for team building. It's trenches, it's interior trenches. That is how they were so dominant this past year. Jalen Carter at that position saved the damn season against the Los Angeles Rams in the postseason.
Oh, he did.
And also, that interior pressure was a huge part of the reason that they had the success they did in the Super Bowl against Patrick Mahomes. Now, they couldn't stop the edge rushers either, but pressure starts in the middle and works to the edges. They were such an important part of this team. And the two guys who started in Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter are going to be back.
And my guess is that we will hear about Jordan Davis's 5th year being picked up.
I would expect so. I think
that's what we're going to. I think that's what we're going to hear. That could also involve them picking that up and then extending him out another year.
Right.
So it's like because I don't believe they're sold on giving him the money that they're going to be willing to give Jalen Carter.
Absolutely.
That they're already budgeting for, but they don't have to do that for 2 more years.
Yeah, Jordan Davis is a nice player. He is.
Jordan Davis is a solid player, but they love what he does specialty.
I think he plays. I don't know if I could say he plays on par with his draft position. Is that a fair way to look at it?
I don't think that's unfair.
Yeah.
To me, he hasn't been 16th player in the draft, something like that.
I thought he was like 12.
Was he that high?
Was he that low? Really? If only there was
like
a little
one of
machine.
those mid-high first-round picks. I don't think he's like majorly underperformed that draft slot, but Jalen Carter is like a future all-world guy. He might already be an all-world guy.
13. Gunner, closer than 13. I was. Lucky 13, and
Jalen Carter is going to get paid more than Jordan Davis.
Jordan Davis is going to get. I believe you're going to see them pick up his 5th-year option, which then you let Milton Williams go. You lock down Jordan Davis so you guarantee that you've got him for 2 years.
Right.
And then maybe they extend that out an extra year. So you give him some upfront money and you let him prove it more.
Absolutely.
That he could, because I do believe Jordan Davis needs to expand his toolbox.
Yeah.
But year 2 was better than year 1, year 3 was better than year 2, and year 3 he showed he could play at a high level, not as many snaps, but he could play at a high level all year. He didn't crap out at Thanksgiving.
Right, and this is the point, right?
Much like Gunner does after Thanksgiving dinner.
Every year.
I think that happens to all of us, man. But years 1, 2, and 3 in the NFL are kind of a crapshoot because you have the whole sophomore slump idea. You have the first year in the league where you don't know what to look at.
How'd Jalen Carter do with that sophomore slump?
He handled his business.
Oh, my gosh.
But for the average young pro, those first 3 years are kind of like, okay, who is this guy going to be? Then after year 3, you normally see that steady increase, or if they're trending down, decrease of what the player is.
Sure.
So I think we see that from Jordan Davis. By the way, as we have these conversations about how you're going to fill these positional needs this offseason and where those replacements are coming from, we're going to do stuff like this, where we look at other players currently at the position and just talk in general about it as well. It will open up the conversation to kind of where the Eagles are at these positions too. So a lot of stuff on the table for you to chime in on. 610-632-0975, the phone number to call in, to text in. In addition to our blind faith conversation, have you gotten there with the organization?
Gunnar, are you blind faith?
Yeah, funny enough, I mean, this is
you're closer to where Connor is.
Yeah, my topic on Sunday, shameless plug, is this. Do you trust the Eagles? Because I'm asking it sarcastically because there's a lot of people like you, John, who don't have the faith that I have in this team right now.
I don't have the blind faith.
I don't think it's blind necessarily.
I have faith. Do you have faith that when Howie Roseman throws money at someone in free agency, it's going to be good?
More often than not, yes.
Whoa, that's fine. But that's not blind faith.
More often than not is not blind faith.
That's not blind faith. That's my faith.
Like 90% of the time.
Oh, it's
I
not
don't believe in 100% of the time blind faith. Like, I have blind faith that it's going to work out, and I'm going to reserve judgment, any negative feedback on it until I see it not play out. That's where I'm at with my blind faith.
That's not bad.
Yeah, that's a good place to be.
Like, I'm positive
I don't
on
think that's blind faith.
until it happens. You don't think so?
That's not blind faith if you say more often than not he's going to be good. No, blind faith is I trust Howie. He's going to pick the right guys. It's good.
Like if Howie Roseman went out and he signs defensive tackle Brendan Gunn in free agency.
Well, that's blind faith 100% of the time.
Maybe for you. But for me, I would say, well, we'll see what Howie can do. Howie sees something in this kid. That's where I'm at.
I definitely understand. I understand the people who want to be where you are. I've seen too much to believe that.
Like, is this on the offseason as a whole, or is it pertaining to Kevin Patillo?
No, it's
just the organization right now for me.
It's where the organization is right now.
Yeah, I mean, because I see a lot of negative feedback to the Kevin Patillo hire, and I'm sitting here saying, I trust the Eagles to go out there and make the right move. They've sat there the past couple of years, Mike Rowe, Brian Johnson. They wouldn't make the same decision 3 times in a row if they thought it was going to go bad. Like, they considered all that, and they still went with Patillo. So I trust that decision.
The one thing I didn't like is the talking points that were leaking out of Novacare of, well, there wasn't a lot of guys out there because we played deep into the Super Bowl. That is, in fact, flat out, if you're being lazy in a search, that's the answer.
See, I trust the Eagles not to do that.
But they didn't go out and interview people.
Well, they might.
They didn't go out and bring in the top. They didn't bring in the top candidates from college football. And to me, the top candidate from college football, there are guys out there who would die to be in the NFL. They would leave in a second.
Yeah, listen.
And they're not tied in January and February to saying, "Oh, I can't leave my school." They can leave their school up until May. They could leave their school.
Yeah, a lot of people in life date around, and you'll have a high school girlfriend and a college girlfriend and a couple girls that you talk to like after school, and you try and figure out who you're going to spend your life with. And then every once in a while, there is the hometown, like, this is my high school sweetheart, the only person I've ever been with, and that works out too. Like, I'm not convinced that this isn't the wrong decision just because they didn't look other places. I understand why you don't like the process.
Right, I don't like it because, again, Jeffrey Lurie has bragged numerous times about the fact how the Eagles' interviewing process and selection process, when he was defending Doug Peterson hire, you can go read it, when he was defending the Nick Sirianni hire, which, by the way, both of them turned out great. But what did they do? They looked under rocks.
Right.
They found Nick Sirianni.
So you don't trust that they decided to forego that kind of search?
No, I don't.
Because they have that much faith in Kevin Patillo?
No,
I don't. You don't trust that?
No, I don't trust when someone shows me that they've got a process that works and it's highly effective, because I got to tell you, I questioned Nick Sirianni's hire. I wasn't anti it, but I questioned it. I questioned Doug Peterson's hire in a big way. We didn't know each other, but in a big way. When they hired Andy Reid, you kids you weren't even children.
Well, what if they're searching for these specific characteristics, and they found that with Kevin Patillo right away, so they foregone the whole search? Like, why can't you trust that?
Here's the only problem with it, is that, to me, is that he doesn't have a good enough resume to do that.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, Johnny. What it boils down to is, if they're right, they're right.
And I want to be more like you guys.
Yeah, and we're not going to know for a long time. So
I think we're going to know. I think we're going to know halfway into next year.
Well, that's a long time from now.
But if this offense is humming and looking good, and it looks like, and I don't even mean, it doesn't have to blow away Kellen Moore's offense. I just want him to be able to produce. I want him to be able to produce as well as, if not more, than Kellen Moore did, or close to it, with all this offensive talent. And if we get that, I will be glad to say, Kevin Patillo, I questioned the decision to hire you. I'm not saying that it's wrong. They may end up being right. They may end up proving me wrong.
Yeah, you just have skepticism.
I have skepticism, and that's different than saying it's a bad hire.
Yeah, and I don't think you're alone.
And I don't think I'm saying that.
Now, I don't have skepticism in Howie Roseman's ability to add talent to this roster, but with the defensive tackle position, with Milton Williams seeming like he's going to end up going somewhere else, Johnny, would you rather see them add to that position through the draft or through free agency?
Draft, because it's got to get cheaper. You're going to have to pay Jordan Davis. You're going to have to pay Jalen Carter. You got to pay Jordan Davis first. And if you're telling me that Milton Williams is leaving, then Jordan Davis, you're getting the tea leaves,
right,
that they're going to be committed to Jordan Davis. So you got to pay Jordan Davis first. You got to pay Jalen Carter. And I guarantee you, they already have a projection plan to what they're going to do. And I would imagine they're going to go to Jalen Carter early as they can. When they're allowed to, they're going to go to Jalen Carter and they're going to lock him down. So to me, if you're going to get more expensive at both those positions, it's got to be draft, Connor. 100%, it's got to be draft.
I'm going to double down on why it's got to be draft.
Tell me more.
It's the deepest position in the draft.
Well, it is.
Defensive tackle is a great opportunity. Isn't it funny how the Philadelphia Eagles the past couple of years just so happen to have needs at the positions that seem to be deep or available where they're at in the draft?
And that is a scouting department.
Yes, it is.
Doing their job. That's a scouting department looking ahead, projecting ahead.
Yeah. B. Gunn, are you on board with the draft?
Yeah, I'm with the draft, and like you just said, and Kevin Nagani confirmed it yesterday, who's one of the head guys of the draft coverage for ESPN, says it's a deep draft for D tackle and edge position, so you got to go there, get cheap, because you got to pay the guys like John said.
Absolutely. So we're going to continue that conversation coming up, and we're also going to, we got to bring them up. They played last night. Well, they tried to play last night. The Philadelphia 76ers are in a rough spot. We do have to mention them and get an eye on what their first game back from the All-Star break was like.
No.
Shout out Keith Pompey. But, yes, we are going to have to. And John heard a pretty darn bad defense of 2025 Joel Embiid from somebody. So
and it was in-house.
It was in-house, too.
Yes, it's in-house.
Well, we've got some Fanatic drama and some Sixers drama coming up next. I'm Connor Thomas, sitting in for Andrew Salciunas, John Kincade to my left, Brendan Gunn on the board. We're back after this for more Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
The Philadelphia 76ers.
Sixers win. Play that song.
season or the post-All-Star break part of the season for the Philadelphia 76ers. We're going to talk about them in a second. Of course, most of the show today is our conversation about the Philadelphia Eagles, our opening topic. Have you reached the point of blind faith with this organization in the wake of the Super Bowl win and the way that Howie Roseman conducted his business this past season? And also, we're running through position groups that the Eagles are going to have to add to, whether it's a starter or a depth piece. And we're deciding if it's more likely or more preferable that they add those replacements through the draft or free agency, depending on the position and the outlook of other players at that position.
Did the first discussion on defensive tackle go exactly as you thought?
Absolutely. That's the easiest one.
It's the easiest one.
Well, easiest said. Maybe not easiest done, but it seems to be the most simple map to doing it. Now,
well, if he wants to get a defensive tackle, this is the draft to do it in.
Right.
And as you heard yesterday with Kevin, the amount of quarterbacks that may come off the board, we're going to hope that other position groups get more attention.
Yes.
Happened last year perfectly. That's how Quinyon Mitchell fell to us.
It did. Now, you can't always count on that.
Well, last year we were waiting, though, at 16? Or 18? Yeah. 18. Well, no, was it 22?
I never
22.
It
was 22. It was 22, I believe.
40.
Yeah.
Because it was a nice round number. I need the Eagles to pick it 1, 10, 20, 30. I can't.
You need round numbers. I think it was 22, if I'm not mistaken. And and they also have the ability, as we've seen, Howie will jump.
Right.
Howie will jump up. If he sees a guy, he'll go up 5 spots, 4 spots, 3 spots. He doesn't care about that.
And this is the Howie Roseman of the past, so I'm not bringing this up to slight him at all. This is more the principle of drafting. As much as this is a strong defensive line draft, there was a strong wide receiver draft back in 2020, and Justin Jefferson went off the board, and CeeDee Lamb went off the board, and in there, sandwiched, was one Jalen Reagor. So
2017 running back draft when we got Donnell Pumphrey.
Wait a minute. Yeah. 4 drafts, though, boys. On this one, and I know you're just being devil's advocate.
Right.
But on this one, I'm going to say, yo, guys, pump your brakes. They got 12 starters out of 12 picks in the first 3 rounds the last 4 years. Starting caliber players.
Yeah.
Done. That is, now to me, that's blind faith.
Oh, he's been crushing it. I'm just saying,
their whole scouting department and their approach has been crushing it.
Yeah, all I'm saying is every draft where there's this is the strong position, there are misses in those top players at that strong position. So you still have to evaluate well, but defensive tackle through the draft just seems to make concrete sense for the Philadelphia Eagles in more ways than one. And Johnny, that was a great point you brought up about the amount you're going to have to end up paying guys like Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis, and you need to get cheaper at that position.
Yeah, you need to be cheaper.
So we're going to continue that discussion throughout the show. We're going to talk a little bit of Sixers basketball here in a second. But
yes, we are.
What do we have on the text line today?
Yeah, we got Robin Lambertville checking in, says, I trust Howie, especially with the help of Vic Fangio on the defensive side of the ball, but I'm very skeptical of how much Nick is going to influence Kevin Patillo.
I think that's a bright man, whoever that was.
Yeah.
That's my worry.
Listen, that's not blind faith, right? And blind faith is a lofty bar.
I can't give Nick blind faith on his offensive acumen. I can't.
No, and I understand that may be the growing weak spot of the Philadelphia Eagles, and it's very early. Kevin Patillo was hired 2 days ago.
Absolutely it is.
So we're very early in the tenure of Kevin Patillo as the offensive coordinator of the Philadelphia Eagles to be the weak spot of this team is play calling. But the history behind these guys, Kevin Patillo not having that experience and Nick Sirianni foregoing that opportunity, giving it to Shane Steichen and then never really taking it back in his tenure as Eagles head coach, would show you that that's a spot to focus on. So
it's a spot that we at least have to say, okay, keep an eye on that.
Yeah, so faith in Howie Roseman, but not so much Nick Sirianni when we come to the blind faith conversation. And I don't think anybody, if people are tuning in randomly, I have a lack of faith in Nick Sirianni right now. Super Bowl winning head coach, did an amazing job this past year. You should believe in the Eagles, but when we're talking about blind faith, that's another level on top. So, Johnny, you had someone defend 2025 Joel Embiid.
Which, by the way, keep this to 2025 Joel Embiid. This conversation.
Right. It's not any years in the future or any years in the past. It's right now.
And I will tell you that sometimes you have, little enemies in our midst. And one of them was a guy who was advocating for this, or he was just playing games, is Brendan Gunn.
Oh, no. I didn't realize it was someone that was in the room with us right now.
Brendan Gunn, along with Dylan McTrollan, both trying to draw a correlation between players getting injured playing in the
Four Nations
face-off and Joel Embiid and what he did last summer. It is absolutely the stupidest thing, the stupidest argument that I have heard. And first of all, I'm going to say for a lot of things. One, I have no idea why there are people out there that are looking for ways to defend Joel Embiid. Because if you are, I can tell you this. There are people within his own organization that wouldn't spin this crap that I'm being spun about what he did to his teammates and what he did to this fan base this season. Comparing, like, Matthew Tkachuk got hurt during the Four Nations face-off. Four Nations face-off. He got hurt. He's a Florida Panther. He couldn't play a lot last night, and he was trying to gut it out, but he couldn't play a lot last night. First of all, this isn't the Olympics. This is a in-season tournament.
It's less important than the Olympics.
Sponsored by the NHL. This is an NHL-sponsored event. The NHL wants its stars to play in this event. They advocated for it. The Sixers, there is zero chance, and I'm saying zero. They won't go on the record and tell you, I will, that they wanted Joel Embiid to play in the Olympics last summer. What they wanted to do is the guy you saw hobbling around the court last year in the postseason when they couldn't get out of the first round. They wanted him to have surgery and wanted him to rehab his injury. And instead, we got a selfish pursuit of an individual goal. This was an NHL-sponsored tournament. They advocated every one of their stars, every one of their star coaches to be in this tournament.
I totally get your argument here, Johnny.
There's nothing to compare between Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid did, he screwed over every teammate. He screwed over the ticket salespeople. He screwed over the season ticket holders. By doing what he did, by not being available to play and ready to play and healthy enough to play, this entire season has been flushed, as Kobe Bryant would say.
Sure.
And there are people all over the Sixers organization, this fan base, this community that paid their hard-earned money, thousands and thousands of dollars, that have been screwed over.
There's more to it, to the Sixers' failures this season than just the Joel Embiid health, but there's a big part of it.
No question.
I don't think it's fair to say this is a totally different situation than Joel Embiid.
Why is that?
You have to weigh out Brendan Gunn's part of the argument, which is the Olympics hold a different level of focus.
Personally.
No.
Yeah, the Sixers didn't advocate for
Johnny,
him.
I don't think anyone can make the argument that the Four Nations face-off that was just devised by the NHL this year to replace the All-Star break holds the level of the Olympic Games.
But for his personal goals.
I think that
not for the team, because Connor...
No, take the team out of it. I'm talking about individuals.
No, but the thing is, I don't give a damn about the individual. I don't give a damn about what he wants. No, I give a damn about the Sixers season's been tossed down the thing.
This is not an Embiid conversation.
It is, though.
No, I'm making it right now.
Okay.
The Olympics, significantly greater than the Four Nations face-off.
But it's not an advocated event by the NBA.
I understand. I've ceded you that point. That's to me, the part where I agree with what you're saying.
That's where it's got to be. The entire 2025 Sixers season has been flushed down the toilet because of him choosing to pursue a personal goal.
Regardless. They would stink regardless.
If he was totally healthy, are you kidding me?
Outside of the Olympics, he'd be banged up regardless. That's who Embiid is. He's going to be banged up forever.
That's not fair to say, Brandon.
He needs surgery now. He needs to rehab now.
Paul George stinks.
Paul George stinks right now, and he has not been good for the Sixers.
And how would he be if he had a healthy Embiid?
But here's what I'll say. We have not seen any of the players that played in the Four Nations face-off even return to their teams yet. The Flyers back in action on Saturday. By the way, they're going to be facing Connor McDavid, so
I'll be there.
That'll be fun.
I'm looking forward to it. And I won't boo the anthem.
We're going to talk a little bit more about the Four Nations face-off later on in the show because that was awesome hockey. But what I will say is let's let this play out a little bit more, too, because we'll have to see how teams are affected by the availability of players coming out of this tournament. But I understand where you're coming from, Johnny.
Their teams advocated for them to be there.
I also understand.
This is completely different.
I also understand. It's not completely different, but there are differences. So we will continue to have that conversation throughout the show. Coming up next, we are going to take a look at a crazy story that's further developing from the Eagles that we kind of knew was coming. there are a couple of guys that deserve, I don't even know if props is the right word, like statues almost, and you can't do that in Philly after the Doug Peterson, Nick Foles situation. But we're going to talk about a couple offensive linemen who embody Philadelphia coming up. I'm Connor Thomas in for Andrew Salciunas, John Kincade to my left, Brandon Gunn on the board, and we're back after this for more Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Cam Jurgens has surgery. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Fanatic Sports Update. After battling a back injury throughout the playoffs, Eagles center Cam Jurgens underwent a procedure on his back yesterday. It's being reported by doctors and reporters that Jurgens is expected to make a full recovery by July, just in time for training camp. And it's going to be a big training camp for the team as they have hired a new offensive coordinator, Kevin Patullo, on Wednesday. A.J. Brown joined the insiders on the NFL Network yesterday and said he is a fan of the new OC.
I truly feel like it's a great hire. He already has been involved in almost everything. Him, Kellen, and Nick basically called the plays already. So it's a great hire.
The Sixers dropped their first game back after the All-Star break last night, 124-104 to the Boston Celtics. They're back in action tomorrow against the Brooklyn Nets. And the Flyers, they begin their unofficial second half of the season tomorrow against the Edmonton Oilers. That game will be live right here on the Fanatic at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Speaking of hockey, Team USA lost to Team Canada last night, 3-2 in overtime of the Four Nations Face-Off Championship. This update was brought to you by Bet365. Bet365, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Download the app today. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Bill Colarulo.
little bit more about what we have coming up on the show today. So we are going to get a chance to talk to Jeff Kerr of CBS Sports coming up at 8:55. He penned the article, or can you say penned if he typed it?
No, he typed it.
He typed the article.
I've sat next to him as he's created his works of art in literary form. He types.
Yes, so he typed the article.
He types pretty fast, too, by the way.
I mean, I'm sure. You write for a living. You got to get used to using the keyboard. But he's going to join us. Yesterday, we used his article about the free agent needs for the Philadelphia Eagles and the focuses at those positions. A big part of the inspiration for the topics that we're going through today. So we're going to talk to him at 8:55 for a little bit of a further breakdown of what the Eagles are facing this offseason. So that will be very interesting. And we're going to, of course, at some point, talk a little bit more about the Four Nations face-off that we kind of mentioned last segment. But our big topics today are based around the Philadelphia Eagles and what they could do this offseason. Our opening topic was your faith level in the organization. Have you reached blind faith with the Philadelphia Eagles? And that stems from the hiring of Kevin Patullo, who doesn't have the resume that a lot of people would like to see of an offense coordinator for a Super Bowl caliber team. And yet he's the hire for the team that just won the Super Bowl, that made a lot of great moves. So you're caught kind of in between the logic of, yeah, he hasn't done this before, but also, how do I not have faith in this organization that they nailed it? It's an interesting spot to be in. That's why it's a great discussion. And we're also looking forward to the positional groups that are going to have to be replenished this offseason, whether that's free agency or draft. But we got some interesting information from the Eagles yesterday, news-wise, about a couple of offensive linemen. Well, one offensive lineman, and then, Johnny, you heard something about another. But Cam Jurgens is heading for back surgery. That is a dude that not only played in the NFC Championship game, after kind of spending the whole week saying, dude, I don't know if I can go.
I don't know if I can do this. Yeah.
Landon Dickerson gets banged up. Cam Jurgens goes in. Like, that was, and it gets lost in the fact that the Eagles put up 55 points and that game wasn't that close. That is one of the all-time, like, gutsy Philadelphia sports performances.
Can we just say legendary?
Yeah, absolutely.
That, to me, when we toss around the term legendary, that's it. Cam Jurgens, that is legendary. That is stuff that I will tell my grandchildren about.
You want to know this?
That he played with a severe back injury.
Yeah.
That I did get a little information yesterday from some birdies that though a full recovery expected.
Yeah, that's
so
a
it's
great
not
thing.
It's not something where, hey, you wait 8 months and we'll see how he's feeling. So it's good news. Because backs, I guess, have gotten a lot better. I don't know anything about
they don't do the bacchiotomy anymore. There's
I don't
a little
know
bit more to it now.
I didn't know as much about that thing, but I'm very proud of. I'm just proud of him doing that.
Yeah, I mean, how could you not be? That is exactly what we want from our athletes. And I've said it before about Cam Jurgens, and I know Jason Kelce was a big part of evaluating him and bringing him in, and Jeff Stoutland and growing him. But if you look at a interior offensive lineman from Nebraska with a mullet, like, that dude's going to be a tough SOB who's going to go out there and give it all for his team. And
he's
that's
going to be a legend here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I like it. And you bring the mullet into it, which I think is very funny because it's just
great
like
haircut.
He has, but I just think it plays to the brand.
Yeah.
He's just like he's a little nutty.
Yes.
Which I like. And he did it. He had a tremendously difficult position to step into. I said it last summer, and it's one of the things I did hit, that I did not think the Eagles were going to miss Jason Kelce. Now, it's not missing Jason Kelce, not the person, not the leader.
No, but the position.
But I did not think we were going to see any drop-off.
And you were right.
And we didn't. In fact, you could argue that it was improved.
And that doesn't diminish Jason Kelce.
No, it does not in any way, right?
It just props up Jeff Stoutland, Howie Roseman, Cam Jurgens, actually Jason Kelce by proxy for being part of the evaluation process. But mainly it's the individual on the field. Cam Jurgens, that's a gutsy thing.
And two, again, you're giving some flowers there. Jason Kelce's a major reason why he's here.
Yes.
And from everything I've known, Jason Kelce went out of his way to make sure that Cam Jurgens was going to be successful, to do everything he could to coach up this guy and make sure that he's successful. And that's pretty freaking awesome. Love that big time. That's the unselfishness that came with Jason, and he's got to be congratulated for that.
Yeah, 100%. You're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN and WPEN HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia, Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. But it's not just Cam Jurgens. Remember, Landon Dickerson he started that game in the NFC Championship game as a replacement for Cam Jurgens. Initially drafted as a center, and he was moved to guard because Jason Kelce hung on to a couple more years, which was warranted considering the level he was playing at. But then Cam Jurgens comes in and takes over that position. When Jurgens goes down, Dickerson shifted over to center for the biggest game of the year at that point. And then Dickerson has a lower body issue, and he goes out of that game. And that's what forced Cam Jurgens to come in after him saying, like, yo, I can't start. Like, I'm not good enough to go. The gutsy performance only was created because Landon Dickerson went down. And that's not a knock on Landon Dickerson because both of those dudes played in the Super Bowl and played outstandingly in that game.
They did. And even though it wasn't a big game for Saquon, you can see when you watch the All 22, if you get NFL Plus and you can see it all, Spags said, Saquon is not walking off MVP today. We're going to do everything we can. So that offensive line was trying to do their job, but they were selling out.
Yeah.
It ended up being a really bad strategy.
It did, and part of that reason is because the Eagles, as good as their offensive line is at run blocking, and that's always the preferred type of blocking for an offensive lineman, being the aggressor, they're just as good at protecting Jalen Hurts.
Absolutely.
And they were great interiorly against Chris Jones. I know Chris Jones kind of had the neck thing because for some reason he thought lining up sideways against the tush push was the smart way to defend it. But Landon Dickerson also expected, it sounds like, to have something this offseason to work on that injury. And we will see.
I would expect we're going to find out about a Landon Dickerson surgery.
Yeah.
Cleanup.
Okay.
Coming.
But even
a cleanup, not reconstruction, not anything like that.
Yeah, and the cleanup for an NFL athlete, right? Like, we hear this all the time. It's not tennis elbow from at the country club. Like, a cleanup for them is probably something that significantly bothered them when they were playing high-level football in the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl. These are two guys that are young players that have come into this organization, and they see guys like Lane Johnson and Jason Kelce that have become legends in this city for producing on the field, but also being out there and available as much as possible.
Sure.
And they have taken that to heart. And there are a million people that deserve credit for getting them into that position.
Them first.
They are the absolute first ones that deserve to be lauded for their performances. You called it legendary, and I don't think that's a bad way to frame
I don't think
it
it's outlandish.
for what they did in the final two games of this postseason push. So, two guys on the offensive line that have earned their rest and recovery this offseason, but there's a big piece on the offensive line. He calls himself Big Ticket on social media that could be on the move. Now, we talked to Adam Schefter earlier this week, and he said that he could see Mekhi Becton coming back to the Philadelphia Eagles because of the home he's found in Philadelphia and other contributing factors.
It's almost seems as if he felt. Look, Adam Schefter, we talk about speaking Shefty. It almost seemed like he knows something.
And he prefaced it by saying, I haven't done a lot of research on it yet.
Correct.
So it's not anything in stone, but it did seem like Adam Schefter could see this as a distinct possibility that Becton comes back.
Sure.
Let's live in a world where he doesn't. Because if he is not coming back, and Fred Johnson is another guy that is a free agent this year that you have to look at as a depth piece that will need replacing again. As we go through these exercises, it's not just the starters. We know that the depth of the Philadelphia Eagles team in 2024 was tested at points. Even though they had 21 to 22 starters in the Super Bowl, they didn't all play every game. So when you look at the offensive line, Johnny, we got to ask the same question we did about the defensive line. Free agency, draft, what seems more likely? And I know, John, you've got a position in the draft that you've been looking at for a while now.
Yeah, I'm going to say that if you're talking about the two players we're speaking of, Mekhi Becton cannot be replaced in the draft. Fred Johnson can be replaced in the draft.
Yes.
Let's bring in another freshman into Stoutland University. But if Mekhi Becton walks, you need to find another Mekhi Becton reclamation project.
You don't trust Tyler Steen?
No, I want Tyler Steen, but you still need a body to be Mekhi Becton's body. And so what I would say is Tyler Steen's going to get more of the play, and then you bring in somebody else to a veteran.
Okay.
I don't want it. I don't want two offensive linemen.
You wouldn't trust a draftee to learn in that role like a Steen did, and then eventually maybe replace him down the line. You'd want a veteran.
No, that could be. I want another veteran because
I'm with Johnny on this.
This team is not. This team's trying to go win another Super Bowl. So to me, I'm not counting on the offensive line having two rookies that get coached up enough and then hoping that works out. One veteran, and it doesn't have to be I hate the term scrap heap because it sounds disrespectful, but somebody that some other organization has maybe thought move on from, and then another rookie.
And that's very fair because you got to think back to this time last year. Mekhi Becton was not brought in here to be Mekhi Becton that we saw this year. He was brought in to be depth at that piece, that part.
I was blown away.
Yeah, shout out Nick Sirianni for making or asking the question, hey, what if we try him a guard? And
I'm blown away. And and by the way, that is documented.
Yes,
that's
it
on.
is.
Like you can listen to him say that.
So
talk about that.
I'm with you. I think it's got to be a hybrid approach to the offensive line. And the tough thing too is if we want a defensive tackle high up in the draft, because it's a super lucrative position when you look at the talent there in the 2025 draft. But you only have one first-round pick, and it's 32. So if you're drafting there, you might not get the highest quality offensive lineman that you need. Now, development can happen. Jason Kelce is a 6th-round pick. Jordan Mailata is a 6th-round pick. So it can happen, but it takes time for some of these guys. That's why I like your approach of a veteran free agent depth piece on the offensive line. Or, hey, you can always re-sign Mekhi Becton, and none of us would complain, as long as the dollar amount makes sense. Coming up next, we are going to look at another position, and we're going to hear from A.J. Brown because he did a podcast appearance yesterday, and he's got his eyes set on somebody, Johnny. Me and A.J. Brown, we got the same opinion on this one. We'll talk about who that could be and what position coming up next. I'm Connor Thomas in for Andrew Salciunas. John Kincade to my left. Brennan got on the board. We're back from more Kincade and Salciunas after this.
Tyrone Johnson.
Nick Sirianni clearly had the guys on the razor's edge ready to go out there, whether it was Jalen Hurts, whether it was Vic Fangio, and then, of course, the defensive front.
Talking about the Super Bowl 59 champion Eagles.
This should fundamentally change how we watch sports because you see what greatness looks like. You no longer have to worry about the what-ifs. If your team is this great, they're going to win.
Hear Tyrone with Ricky Vitalico on the best show ever. Weekday afternoons 2 to 6. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
couple interesting things to say on a podcast appearance, and the audio dropped yesterday. We're going to play something for you later that he had to say about Kevin Patullo, his new offensive coordinator, because while Jalen Hurts did not give Patullo the ringing endorsement that some might have been looking for when he was asked on Locker Room Cleanout Day. And now Hurts may say something different now that Patullo is the OC.
I hope he will. I hope he will. And I don't think he was trying to be – I don't think this was the passive-aggressive stuff that was going on with Nick Sirianni.
I think he was just like, I'm not going to put my influence on this because when Brian Johnson was tied to me, I caught a lot of flack for that, and I just don't want to be in that position again. That's how I took that from Hurts. And if you hear that and you say, well, if he loved the guy and he had a better resume, Hurts might have said, yeah, look at this resume. He's done all this stuff, so we'll see. Like, he could have had a more positive review, but I don't think it was negative. A.J. Brown was very positive, so we'll get to that a little bit later on in the show. But he also talked about a free agent target that he would want. So this guy has been mentioned a lot. He is one of the big talking points around the NFL right now, and it is not lost on A.J. Brown the impact that a certain edge rusher could have with the Philadelphia Eagles.
You never answer me, though. Any free agents you want. You feel me? Money don't matter. You could bring anybody on.
An unlimited salary cap is off.
Honestly, that's what it be feeling like over here. I'll say Myles Garrett.
Oh, my God.
Adding him with Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith.
Oh, my gosh.
Now, there's two parts of this, and both of them we have to acknowledge. One, the money doesn't matter part of the hypothetical question that they're asking is a huge part. Because, Johnny, I know you're not anti-Myles Garrett.
No, I rolled my eyes, though. They can't do it. You cannot do it if you're going to be – if you tell me you're not committed to Jordan Davis long-term, then maybe you can. If you tell me that there's other things you're not – there's other contracts you don't want to lock people down on, yeah, you can. Right. I want Cam Jurgens getting a contract extension. I want Jordan Davis to get a contract extension.
Now, if they do those certain ways, they can create cap space with those extensions. There's ways to do that.
I don't know how. But I'm not. Again, I'm not.
Does the cap going up $20 million this coming year change your opinion on that at all?
Think of it this way. And here I'm stealing this from ESPN SportsCenter. The average NFL roster, if you took the starters, the average NFL roster goes up from $18 to $20 million just with your starters year to year on contract escalation.
So all it does is cover the contracts that you're handing out pretty much.
But that still is 22.
But you still had cap space on top of the old cap.
Exactly.
So it's
almost
there's
flexibility.
Yeah, so it's just like it gives you that money to play that you had before in free agency. I totally get that. The other part of that conversation, though, I said there's two things that we have to acknowledge from that clip. And A.J. Brown was kind of joking, but he kind of wasn't. When he said, it kind of feels like money doesn't matter sometimes over here in Philadelphia. Howie Roseman does make things seem that way. Like, I don't understand the NFL cap to the level of Howie Roseman. I don't think that is news to anybody.
I don't understand it. I feel like I don't understand it at all.
I don't know that it exists.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, like, I don't know that it exists.
I don't know. Like, I mean, I don't feel like I have a good knowledge of it when I see. How do they do it?
Yeah.
How does he do it?
I don't know. I don't understand it. I'm glad Howie Roseman does. I have a general idea of how salary cap works in the NFL, and Howie Roseman apparently knows how to control everyone.
I'm happy to take responsibility for all of that.
You should be happy,
You should be, yeah.
So Myles Garrett is an interesting name that will be a fun hypothetical. There are going to be a lot of people that every time people say, oh, Myles Garrett's never coming here, they will show you a picture of Saquon Barkley in a Philadelphia Eagles jersey and say, hey, we called this one last year. And it's not the same thing.
The thing is, you could have afforded. You could afford Saquon Barkley.
It's not the same situation. I will absolutely say that.
I think that the difference being, too, is that whereas, like Myles Garrett, to me, it's like discussing, I don't know, what have we heard? The Phillies getting Mike Trout for like 5 years.
Don't tell Connor that.
5 years ago.
Mike Trout.
Like the Mike Trout thing. Mike Trout. It's the same
you might
sort
give
of
up
thing.
your second best player.
We developed a time machine, and
you're not. Yeah, you can't.
We'll go get Mike Trout tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, but like to me, it just seems like such a hypothetical situation.
I got you, and that's why we're going to approach it this way.
Right.
Now, I just used the Myles Garrett. Now, like the Eagles players are looking at it too.
Sure, absolutely.
So It's something that's going to be a conversation throughout this offseason that we have to be prepared for. Myles Garrett and the Eagles are going to be linked in some way or another.
I think they're going to be linked for another couple weeks.
And it's also
and
to
then it'll
create
be over.
News from the national media, which I can't blame them.
We're going to be that'll be over in, I don't know.
Would you be willing to give up a little bit more if you were told right now the other team he's going to end up on is the Commanders?
No.
No?
No, because the fact is you need those draft picks.
Right.
Because what are you going to do? You're going to give up Myles Garrett thing is expected that there will be a collection of 5 draft picks in the first 2 rounds. You're not doing that.
No, because you look at it, it's like, am I giving up Nolan Smith, Jalen Carter, all these guys for Myles Garrett?
Exactly.
Affordably, you can't.
Right, that's the other thing. The Eagles' offensive line is one of the few in football that seems to be like prepared to block Myles Garrett.
Correct.
Right? So that's a hypothetical, but what the real conversation is, the edge rusher position, are you adding in free agency? Because Josh Sweat is most likely gone. I think he's the most likely of those.
So you do think most
agents.
likely gone?
I think he is the one that is most likely not back with the Philadelphia Eagles. And your edge rusher position then becomes Nolan Smith and Jalix Hunt and Thomas Booker, I guess. I don't really know exactly who else you have to move over to that position. So is that draft? Is that free agency? For me, this is one that looks definitively like free agency. Because you need to bring in a bona fide, proven edge rusher. By the way, Brandon Graham, who we did not mention just there in that list, he could very well retire. I got to go free agency because I need a guy that's going to be like a 6 to 8 sack dude next year on the edge opposite of Nolan Smith right now.
Yeah, because that's you can't count on a youngster to step in and give you that.
No, unless you draft someone in the first round, and even then you're picking at 32. So can you find a premier edge rusher? Like Abdul Carter ain't going to be there at 32.
No,
folks,
he's not, folks.
As much as he wants to be an Eagle. Is everyone on board with free agency for edge rusher?
Yes.
Yes. I just worry about last time they won the Super Bowl, they went out that offseason and got a Michael Bennett who was over the hill at that point. I don't want an over-the-hill kind of guy that was a name back in the day. I want somebody that still has tread on the tire.
Yeah, someone in their prime, like maybe a Myles Garrett. No, I'm kidding. But you will have to look at that position in free agency. I think we're all on board with that one. Where do you stand? 610-632-0975 is the phone number to call in, to text in. We are going to hear from the people coming up next. And also, we're going to talk a little hockey because, man, was last night awesome. And really, the last week has been awesome for the NHL and for the hockey fans everywhere. We'll talk about what the Four Nations face-off was coming up next. I'm Connor Thomas in for Andrew Salciunas, John Kincade to my left, Brennan Gunn on the board. We're back for more after this here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Cam Jurgens has surgery.
talk on this show, and especially this time of year, with a championship Friday on the docket with your world champion Philadelphia Eagles.
I love that.
The main conversation's got to be football. You know this. We talk Eagles a bunch, and we're going to continue to.
I had a gentleman yesterday, by the way, quickly, send an email. Let me just make sure I get his name here. Dan loves the show, listens every day. Said, love the chemistry of this morning, gang. You guys have a lot of fun. He said the one gripe he's got, and it was mostly with Andrew, but it's with all of us. He says, I hate you guys saying world champion Philadelphia Eagles. He said, say Super Bowl champion. And I'm going, he goes, world champion seems like a baseball thing to me. And is what he
I didn't know Noah Lyles was a big fan of the show.
He goes, this is a real nitpicky point, but it's been driving me nuts with my friends, my family, and now my favorite morning show.
So if everyone in your life is saying something that bothers you,
like
might
I say,
be the
like
problem.
to me, it's like I say Super Bowl champs. I don't say world champs for football. I say Super Bowl champs.
Yeah,
because nobody else plays
it's all synonymous to me.
Yeah, but nobody else in the world plays it. So I say Super Bowl champs.
So we'd have to be world champs because there's no other team out there playing it.
But when there's nobody else playing it, no,
they've got a European.
But it's not like the finals where
they
it's
don't play ours. They play that stupid. They play that stupid.
I think that gives you more of a claim to go out there and claim it because it's not like European basketball where there's a champion over there too, and the NBA finals. If there's no other NFL, then we are the world champions.
Fine, we'll do it for this segment from now until 7:36. We will do Super Bowl champions only, Philadelphia Eagles. Now I'll go back to calling it whatever I want.
There
Just for Dan, we will give him a segment because we appreciate him listening.
Dan listens. He listens. He says too much. And when I responded to him, I said, "We love you," and there is no such thing. Is exactly what I said.
Super Bowl championship Friday for our guy Dan.
Awesome.
We're gonna talk though about a little bit of hockey because every once in a while there's an event that transcends the normal pecking order of the big four North American sports. Especially here in Philadelphia, we know that football is king.
Sure, exactly.
And everybody else falls kind of in line behind it. And that's just the hierarchy of how it works. But the Four Nations face-off was awesome. We're going to talk about how cool it was in a second. I do want to check in on the text line first, though, see what the people are saying about our Eagles topics today, the blind faith conversation, and also how the Eagles are going to reload this stacked roster. So, Bren, what do we have?
Yeah, we got a nameless texter checking in. He says, nameless texter. He said, I would want Becton back. I would wager good money that Becton is going to be the guy that replaces Lane Johnson in 2 years. You got to keep him here.
I've said that multiple times now on this show that I think that bringing back Mekhi Becton would not just be a guard move, but a future tackle move. Now, Johnny, part of your question there was the money that he would give up.
Yeah, because look, like the first thing is it's really neat for people to think that a player is going to sign a guard contract and then be asked to play tackle.
Jason Peters?
Yeah, Jay, what did he do?
Demanded more money.
He demanded more money. The next week, he demanded more money. And I don't know Mekhi Becton, but I don't believe that in the NFL circles, that would even be looked upon well in your own locker.
Those grills don't come cheap.
They don't. Those diamond teeth don't come from nowhere.
I don't understand. I went to the dentist yesterday.
You asked for him?
I did. I asked.
I think you look good.
Could I have the diamond grill? Said you really don't. You're not. He said you're more like Golden Corral. Because you don't want to be
the big buffet, not the big ticket.
Yeah, don't be doing that.
Yeah, doing that. I understand people thinking like Mekhi Becton loves it here, and
he's willing to play for less. No, he's not. No, he's not.
He may take like slightly less on a contract to play guard.
Yes,
but also, guess what? It's probably another 2 years until Lane Johnson's done. Like Lane Johnson,
you do believe that?
Yeah, dude. He was on a podcast on Barstool. He was on Pardon My Take, and he was talking about retirement. And he was like, as long as they keep cutting the check, I'll keep playing.
And he tweeted out the other day, many more years.
Right.
He did say that. To me, I'm just looking at it this way. Like, there is a Zach Martin retired yesterday.
Yes, he's a big loss for the Cowboys.
That's a huge loss. And he's a 9-time Pro Bowler? I mean, he is every bit to the Dallas Cowboys what Lane Johnson is to us. And an amazing player. I give him total respect, even though he's a Cowboy. Lane Johnson's done 12 years now. Now, he's not had the injury history of Zach Martin. But we did go through a period where, in his career, in years 8 and 9, where he played 20 games between the two seasons. So we've been very fortunate that he's played 15, 16, 15. By the way, resting him in 2 of those years. So in all reality, he's played 16 of 17 games. That's freaking awesome. We are still playing with a little bit of...
Right, that's not going to continue, and I'm not saying you shouldn't add depth to the offensive line. I just think Mekhi Becton being able to kick him out to tackle if Lane gets hurt, and then having that potential, even if you got to pay him more on a tackle deal in the future when Lane Johnson eventually retires, I think that's a smart strategy, and I think that could lead to the Eagles maybe paying more than they would for just a guy that they see as the guard of the next 4 or 5 years.
Okay.
But hey, we'll see how it plays out.
No, I like it.
Howie Roseman, blind faith.
I need a...
for me, at least.
Okay, I'm going to tell you this. I need somebody that is going to be drafted, that is going to be in their minds. So I would say second round. That is going to be in their minds the next Lane Johnson.
Okay. Listen, I have no issue if the Eagles add another.
And the way they
develop,
I can actually believe it.
Again, they have done such an insanely good job at so many things that it's very easy to look at this football team in a positive way in any potential move.
Sure.
Now, it's not always very easy to look at the NHL in a positive way in any potential move. They've had great moments, and they've also had times where they fall into third or fourth place among the big 4 North American sports.
Easily fourth for the majority of the time.
Yeah, now they'll have moments where they might jump, I don't know, depending on the time of the year. The Stanley Cup playoffs might take center stage over the NBA, depending on what the finals are. There are instances where hockey has higher points and lower points, but I don't know the last time I've seen hockey and an NHL-related product of hockey. We're not talking Olympics. The 4 nations face-off. Grip this, the hockey fan base, or rather the sports fan base, the general public, the way that last night's game did.
You know, part of the reason that I think it is because what do we have? We have an NBA where the stars don't care about promoting their sport. They don't give a damn. They won't even participate in a dunk contest. They want to get paid to do anything on All-Star Weekend, where the NHL players right there playing in this tournament are giving their all, blood, sweat, and tears to promote their sport during the All-Star break, during a break that they created. There's a complete disconnect right now with the NBA, and they're being called out by their legends.
No, and they should be. And
they don't give it, but they're all taking their lead from LeBron.
Well,
Bron started all this when he wouldn't do the dunk contest, and you guys were probably in high school.
Yeah, I don't know that it's totally fair to put all of it on LeBron, but he's definitely a culture setter in the NBA.
He's the one who set the agenda of, I'm not playing in the dunk contest unless you pay me.
Yeah. The NBA's issues are completely separate to me. I don't want to throw water on the fire here, but if it wasn't USA-Canada in it, if it was USA,
it wouldn't have meant the
Sweden,
same.
it wouldn't have mattered.
But Canada's always going to be there out of the 4. I'll tell you every time. Pencil them in. We may not be, but they're always going to be. They're going to be there.
Yeah.
Their sport.
And real quick, just about the game, too, and we'll get back to the overarching conversation of how cool it was. Amazing hockey game.
It was a great game.
Credit to the USA for fighting their ass off. Overtime. Putting on a show for everybody. I wish they would have won it. Austin Matthews had chances. Jordan Binnington.
He had 3,
I look at that less as Austin Matthews didn't get the job done, just Jordan Binnington stood on his head when it mattered most.
I told Haley, who does Locked On Blues, I told Haley around a month and a half, 2 months ago, we got to get Binnington. I would love to get Binnington out of St. Louis.
It looks pretty good.
Threw out another trade last night, too, on the timeline.
Brady Tkachuk is a guy that is not – look, Ottawa is never going to – I don't think he's ever going to be able to achieve what he wants to achieve there. And I can tell you, I covered his dad in the NHL. He was a Thrasher. I know the love that these guys have for American hockey and USA hockey and everything like that, and it comes down from their dad. And I would bet he'd love to be back in the United States.
Listen, I'll take anyone who played in that tournament on either USA or Canada. I would take them.
Well, he's one though, but he's one though that to me, I would now. He signed. He has got a 7-year deal. So
it'd have to be a trade.
It would have to be a trade. He's got 3 years left on the deal. And he's making a number that's so stupid.
It might be
it's
next year.
$8 million a year on the cap.
The Flyers are still probably 2 years away. So
no, you see, I think off season.
Okay, hey, I'd love it.
I believe, and Sunday, shameless plug, I'll be hanging out with Kevin Cooney at the Flyers Carnival, and I'll get to sit down with Keith Jones. Talk about it. I got to tell you, he can't tamper on a Brady Tkachuk, but I'm going to lead him down a path where I ask him questions where, in general, I think this team is foundational piece star hunting potentially this offseason. Now, all these draft picks that we see them get the next 2 weeks that they add to the slew of draft picks they already have, I think they're going foundational piece star hunting. I just don't know who it is.
Now, don't get Jonesy fined. But
No, I'm not going to give him any names. I know. You see, I've navigated these waters enough, and Jonesy would just tell me to shut the hell up if I, let him down a path.
But that's going to be great radio this Sunday. Brendan Gunn also on this Sunday, so make sure you're tuned in to the Fanatic this weekend. Now, we're going to wrap up that conversation because I do have a point I want to make kind of on what Brendan was bringing up there. I don't think it's fair to compare that and say, why can't other leagues do this to the Four Nations face-off? Because I do think there were some interesting circumstances, but I do think there are things to be learned from that. We're also going to get into a conversation about Combine Week. Ronnie, as you call it.
Underwear Olympics, baby.
That's right. It's coming next week. We got to get ready. How zoned in are you on it, and what is our coverage of it going to look like? We're going to talk about that coming up next. I'm Connor Thomas in for Andrew Salciunas. John Kincade to my left. Brendan Gunn on the board. More Kincade and Salciunas comes your way next here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli.
The best Philly sports victory.
It's crazy that we just got done celebrating the Eagles' World Championship. Sorry to our listener, Dan, that emailed John that segment's over, so now I can call it a World Championship again. But we just got done celebrating the Eagles' Super Bowl, the parade, and everything, and now we're already turning towards Combine time. Like, it really does, and John and I were talking off air before the show, it shrinks the offseason so
That's why
much.
we're so selfish. Like, it's great for us.
If it was up to me, I'd have the Eagles win the Super Bowl every year.
It's awesome.
Makes things a lot easier.
Look, because we all go into I think there's a little post-football depression for a lot of people, but when you win the Super Bowl, I don't think there's a post-football depression.
No.
Like last year after that Tampa Bay game, it got dark.
Yeah.
People were angry. People were upset. I think that when you win the Super Bowl, there's just so much joy. Oh, it's awesome.
Yeah, it's absolutely a great place to be. By the way, I'm sitting in for Andrew Salciunas today. He has got the day off to watch his son Cooper. He'll be back on Monday.
And
just normal day off.
We do have one of our emailers, Chris, who emails a lot, sends me an email and he goes, by the way, he goes, today as he's watching, he's watching on YouTube. Watching on YouTube from Northport, Florida.
Oh,
where
nice.
where he's on a little bit of beginning a spring break.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So he's beginning like a little early spring break for himself. He says that Connor's enthusiasm is like a golden retriever. He always brings it. He's glad to finally see what Gunner looks like.
Now, do me a favor. Take that hat off again.
He sees what Gunner looks like.
Can't see it.
Yeah, you just took it off.
It's weird that you just said that with the thing. You just take it off because he says, and John, your haircuts are always on point.
That's very nice.
So I cut my hair and I had a mess up. So I had to cut it all off.
You just buzzed everything.
Where did you cut your own hair?
You went baldiani on us.
I always cut it off. I always cut my own, but I had a mishap. Had a mishap with the I put the wrong length on.
Oh no!
So you know what this means, right? I got to do the math. When did Sirianni buzz his?
Yeah, it was before the Cleveland game.
So we've got what, like 3 months then. In 3 months, Kincade Salciunas is going to win a Marconi.
Dude.
Because we've got the guy running the things from behind the scenes back there just buzzed his head.
Dude, Michael Coletti from Sal's Barbershop, one of our great sponsors, he gives me that, he gets me that compliment. Haircut's always on point.
Listen, I buzzed my head. Now we just need a caller to call up so I can scold him after the show, and then we're gonna win that Marconi.
Absolutely. Just go out into the parking lot and yell at anyone who drives by, and just tell them you're a good football coach. And then next thing you know, Super Bowl champion.
I think Haley should shave her head in unison.
I don't
just to be like with her brothers. Buzz her head.
I think we're gonna leave Haley's hair on. That's all good. Brennan. It looks good, kid.
No, it doesn't.
So we're going to talk about the Combine in a second, but one thing I want to wrap up with that conversation we were having, we were talking about the Four Nations face-off, which you could not have missed it last night. Not only was it an amazing hockey game, there was a lot of commentary all over social media. There was a lot of buzz leading up to it. The only reason Team USA lost is because they didn't boo the anthem enough in Boston. We'll work on that for the next one.
I thought it was, you heard a group of people booing at the beginning. And then they're reading the room and going
died down, and then the USA chants as soon as "Oh Canada" ended
that was
awesome.
Great. That was so classy, absolutely classy.
Yeah,
the way that Boston handled it.
And I would have booed it, but I would have booed it because of sports, and I just that's maybe that's the Philly in me, but I don't have any oh you have to boo Canada, we hate them, they're evil. I think it was handled well by everybody.
It was except the Canadian anthem singer. Yeah. That was the worst rendition of a beautiful anthem that I've ever heard. That was a terrible one. And I did laugh. It's not political. The one meme that I laughed at the most was where they had a picture of her and it said, MAGA, make anthems great again. And I laughed. I fell off the couch laughing.
I think
because that was a terrible rendition.
Yeah, the Eagles saxophone guy should be doing every anthem of every country.
See, now do they do national anthems at the Combine before each and every underwear? The Underwear Olympics.
Here's what I'd say to you, though, Connor, on that. No, why I disagree with you is the national anthem is not a performance piece.
Yeah.
It is meant to be sung. It's a performance piece. It's not something you go to a show to hear somebody do. You're supposed to sing your national anthem. Sing along with it. You're not supposed to be sitting there watching somebody
Well,
sing.
listen, I'm available to sing for any events if you want a good anthem singer. But
see that? Yeah.
Let's not get caught up on that too much, even though it was a big part of the lead up to the game.
It was.
So here's why I think it's not fair to look at what happened with the Four Nations face-off and be like, why don't other leagues do this? Because One, you got a perfect storm that I don't think even the NHL predicted. Like, no one thought the Four Nations face-off 3 weeks ago was going to be this amazing, crazy hockey event that the whole world was taken by. And part of that is the stuff that's going on between the United States and Canada outside of hockey. Part of that is the rivalry between these two countries on the ice. Part of that is the way that the games were played leading up to it, that it was USA-Canada in the finals. Like, hockey they hit the absolute lottery, but they also put themselves in great position to by creating this. The tough thing is, I don't know how, like, football would be able to do it. They can't do an in-season tournament. The sport's too physical.
Football you can't.
Basketball, I would love to see them do something more like this. I don't know what the structure would be because the game is so international.
How about International All-Star Weekend?
And they kind of tried that this year with the way they made the All-Star teams.
Well, stop having fans picking teams.
Right.
And let it be international stars for each, or even if you want to, let whoever's selected as the GM of that country.
Yeah, but the tough thing with that, right, is...
Or that continent or whatever.
The NBA, it's not quite the same because if you did that structure, the NBA would beat the break... Like, the American team would beat the brakes off of everybody if they tried, and you would still need the buy-in from the players, which you haven't gotten, which is the main issue with the NBA. And baseball, with the World Baseball Classic, I think that's a cool event, but you're not going to do it in season, like in the middle of the season, because it takes too long.
How about if you wanted to have if you wanted to have an All-Star weekend? I thought about this weekend because it was so terrible. The NBA was terrible. And I talked to one of the coaches from this weekend, and they were even like shaking their head at it. I would go, how about 4 regions of the country? The NBA splits its talent into 4 regions.
I don't hate that.
And you have the East, the West, the North, and the South.
The 4 regions face off.
And the 4 regions of the NBA face off. And you create all-star teams based on the region.
I don't mind that at all.
That would be fun. I think that's just a way to make it more creative.
Yeah, now I think the NHL is going to be chasing this high of what they got from the Four Nations face-off for a while. Like, I don't think just like the next time they do this, it will be the same type of...
And it's not...
They got the perfect storm this time.
Exactly.
But it's not even... Yeah, it was.
But a lot of other leagues can get closer to that than they try to, and that's where a lot of people should be
I tweeted to Justin Trudeau this morning.
Yeah? Is he going to answer you back?
He put you can't steal our game, you can't steal our country. And I said, fact check, been stealing it since 1993. Because that cup has never gone north.
Time. We still got the Stanley Cup.
And it almost Gunner would have made millions last year.
I don't know if Philadelphia could take credit for that recently.
Well, hey,
we'd like to get another one back in Philly here just the same.
Love it.
Now, we're coming up next. We've got today's headlines with Brendan Gunn, which is always a great time when he fills in for that segment. I say it's a major improvement over that other guy that normally does it. But we are going to discuss that Combine thing. We got caught up on the Four Nations face-off a little bit there. How zoned in on Combine Week are you? Some people enjoy this immensely. Some people don't really care about it. I want to know kind of where we're at here in the room. So we'll discuss that coming up next. I'm Connor Thomas in for Andrew Salciunas. John Kincade to my left. Brendan Gunn on the board. More Kincade and Salciunas after this here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Juergens has surgery. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Fanatic Sports Update. After battling a back injury throughout the playoffs, Eagles center Cam Juergens underwent a procedure on his back yesterday. It is reported that doctors expect Juergens to make a full recovery by July, just in time for training camp. And it's going to be a big training camp as the team hired a new offensive coordinator on Wednesday. Kevin Patullo was hired on Wednesday, of course, and A.J. Brown joined the Insiders on the NFL Network yesterday and said he is a fan of the new OC.
I truly feel like it's a great hire. He already has been involved in almost everything. Him, Kellen, and Nick basically called the plays already. So it's a great hire.
The Sixers dropped their first game back after the All-Star break last night by a score of 124-104 to the Boston Celtics. They're back in action tomorrow night against the Brooklyn Nets. You can catch that game live right here on The Fanatic. And the Flyers begin their unofficial second half of the season tomorrow against the Edmonton Oilers. Puck drops for that game tomorrow at 1. You can also catch that game live right here on The Fanatic. Speaking of hockey, Team USA lost to Team Canada last night 3-2 in overtime of the Four Nations Face-Off Championship. Unfortunate, but it was a great game. This update was brought to you by Moyer Indoor and Outdoor Services. Follow Andrew Salciunas' lead and get a jump on a lush green lawn this spring right now. Go to emoyer.com for a free estimate. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Not only can you listen to The Fanatic, but you can also watch.
coming up in just a little bit. I'm Connor Thomas sitting in for Andrew Salciunas, just off for today. And, of course, John Kincade still with me to my left. Now, I do want to do a quick conversation about the Combine here before we get to today's headlines at 8 a.m. Johnny, how zoned in are you on the Combine? Like, what is your level of focus this time of year? Does it change with the Eagles as Super Bowl champions? Like, what do you view this as? Is this a formality or is this a focus?
Well, I figure, too, is I first look and say, did he go boxer or go boxer brief? Did he go tighty whities? Is it a power move to go briefs?
You got to be streamlined. No, you got to be fast.
I'm looking at it as, in all seriousness, is that I enjoy watching the show that they do on ESPN or an NFL Network.
Yeah, with like Rich Eisen running
that encapsulates the Combine.
Yes.
I don't like watching hours of Combine coverage.
No, I'm with you.
I'll put it on the TV if it's on. If there's nothing on, I'll put it on. But to me, I like seeing the encapsulated viewpoints of, oh gosh, here's a name out of a major school that I really am not as familiar with.
Right. Now, I'll tell you, I don't really watch the Combine, and maybe this is weird of me, because I'm normally, we've had this conversation before, I'm an Eagles first over NFL first guy.
We all are.
Salciunas likes the NFL.
Salciunas likes the NFL.
And he's like, I'll watch the Eagles, but I also like watching the league in general.
But Salciunas is also Eagles third. On his Philly fan pecking list.
He's got some weird preferences of like rivalries and teams and everything like that. He's an interesting cat.
I actually admire it. Like that he has no problem with it because he loves the Birds.
Oh yeah, of course.
But the Phillies and the Sixers will always be ahead of the Birds for him.
Yeah, no, it's
slight.
He's not a bad fan.
He's
just a weird fan.
No, he's just weird.
Ways. Yeah,
don't put fan on it.
We're all weird too. That's
but I mean, we are.
Salciunas.
Yeah, it is. It is though. I will enjoy it, and I will lap up the coverage of Andrew DiCecco. I will lap up the coverage of guys. Jeff Kerr will join us a little bit later on. Stuff that guys are writing who cover the Eagles on a daily basis. What they're saying and what they're hearing and what I will absolutely lap it up because I will go through a little bit of withdrawal not having Eagles stuff going on.
Because for me, the way that I watch the Combine, I don't watch for the Eagles. I watch for like the players that I know from college football that are going to put up like crazy numbers. Like, I'm excited to see Cam Ward. I'm excited to see Shedeur Sanders.
So you're not watching it going, you could get the Eagles are not shopping for a quarterback.
Right, but I want to see, like, the impressive throws.
You want to see who's doing the best.
I want to see the dudes who are putting up the most, like, bench numbers and everything, the long jump, the 40, of course. Like, I want to see what Ashton Ginty runs. Like, that's what's more. I know the Eagles aren't drafting any of those guys, but I just like to see, like, the freaky athleticism.
Okay.
And that's all I really get out of the Combine. And that's why guys like Andrew DiCecco are going to be awesome to have on. And we're going to talk to him a bunch next week because he knows who the Eagles are zoning in on. He knows the guys that would fit here.
He also knows guys. He literally told us on this show about Jalix Hunt. And the first time he mentioned his name, I went directly to Google to say, who the hell's Jalix Hunt?
How do you even spell Jalix?
Like, I didn't have any.
Where's Houston Christian? I guess it's in Houston.
I had no idea who Jalix Hunt was. And by the way, I was immediately not skeptical of his insights, but skeptical of going, oh, God, I don't want a guy from.
Yeah, like, what are we doing?
Like, what are we doing here? Are we trying to reach? Are we trying to be smartest team in the room? And it ended up being something insightful.
Next thing you know, that dude's getting fined for a celebration in a Super Bowl winning effort that Rob McElhenney's offering to pay for. Who would have thought that's what that kid's life was going to be a year later? But that's why we have the experts, and we're going to bring in a bunch of people to tell us, and mainly Andrew DiCecco, who's our main guy on the Birds here at 97.5 The Fanatic, what's going on. I just watch it for more of an entertainment thing than like an evaluation standpoint because I know my limitations as someone who talks about the NFL. I'm a vibes guy. I'm not a numbers guy. I'm not hey, this guy in college is the guy who would fit great here. I just kind of go by feel, and I like to be entertained. And that's where my bread and butter is. So Andrew DiCecco is going to be a great resource for us over the next couple weeks. You're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. And let's get to it because Brendan Gunn, the great depth piece of Kincade and Salciunas here. It's time for today's headlines with Brendan Gunn.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Well, Well, it's Brendan Gunn.
It is me today. It is me today. I don't have the hair that Connor has anymore.
You don't have any hair anymore.
I don't. But
you don't have the hair that I have. I know that.
No, I don't. Hopefully one day I can grow it back. Get paid here, go to Turkey,
There we go.
Come back with a full set of hair. But one guy that I'm going to bring up that was brought up earlier in the show is A.J. Brown. Earlier this week, we saw his mannequin with his Super Bowl uniform going viral on Twitter, Inner Excellence and all. Well, he was on the Insiders yesterday, and he talked about it and why he's not going to wash it, and he threw a little bit of shade at the Chiefs. Take a listen.
No, it doesn't smell. Our day against the Chiefs wasn't too difficult, so I wasn't really doing a lot, honestly. But I Febrezed it down, and once you wash it, it just takes all the effects off. So.
If you were throwing up a mannequin of your Super Bowl jersey, would you leave it unwashed with the blood on it and everything, or would you have to clean it?
No, but I'd have to Febreze it.
Yeah, he did the right thing.
I think he did the good thing. And if A.J. Brown doesn't get a Febreze deal out of it,
I should.
I mean, seriously, that's a great Febreze. I love the Febreze, by the way.
Oh, it's the best.
Well, I can't really. I'm out of this.
You're out of this.
Kansas City needs it because they stunk. What did you make of the shot he took at Kansas City?
He's not wrong.
I don't believe it's there are going to be people like, remember, you got to play them again next year. The last thing I'm worried about is A.J. Brown backing up something that he talks about.
Especially talking about, I didn't smell that bad after the game.
Correct.
You get the chance to talk.
It's playful.
Now, if you lose and you talk trash, that's one thing. If you beat somebody in the divisional round and you talk trash, that's one thing. When you win the Super Bowl, you kind of get to say, within reason, what you want. Now, I did see a great meme circulating on social media of A.J. Brown looking like he's Christian Bale and Batman, just staring at the suit, sitting on the mannequin, like they're watching his Super Bowl uniform.
As somebody who's not 6'2", because he got a life-size mannequin, I would be so, discouraged walking to somebody's house and they have a mannequin that's towering over
that
me.
Fits you? That's what you look like? That's crazy.
We had the Johnsons lived in my neighborhood. Dell and Dennis. Dell has passed on. Dennis has passed on. Dell's still alive. They had a mannequin of a girl, and they would dress her. She was like a 5'6" girl.
That's very
They
weird.
would dress her in cocktail dresses. They would dress her in. It
sounds like The Conjuring.
It was in their living. It was in their like dining room areas. You went to the kitchen. She would always be dressed. So if it was the 4th of July, they would dress the mannequin.
Are you sure these are real people and you're not going to a haunted house?
That would make me very uncomfortable.
Dell and Dennis Johnson were real people, and I loved them dearly. Miss them very much.
Okay, let's get away from the mannequin talk because I'm getting the creeps over here.
Moving on to the team that's starting up soon, and it's been a rumor for a little while. But
Okay.
NBC Sports Philadelphia, they have a great baseball team over there. John Kruk, Tom McCarthy, Ben Davis, all those guys. Well, it was officially announced yesterday they're adding one guy to their calls per month. He's going to be calling games for home games one time a month in 2025. Cole Hamels. What do you think about that?
I like it. I mean, I think Cole is very knowledgeable about the game. He was around Major League Baseball for a while. Johnny's making a face.
I'm worried about Nikki. I'm worried about Nikki Foles. Because she watches the games with me, and I'm worried about she's going to start howling.
Listen,
Cole's voice, I don't think broadcaster. His insights may be broadcaster, but the voice, I don't know.
Yeah, I understand.
Like if Nikki starts going, ooh, oh, I'm going to be a little worried.
Not all of us are blessed with the deep baritone of a John Kincade.
Please, I don't have a deep baritone.
But I'd be interested just to, listen, I love when J-Roll pops on. I love John Kruk's stories and stuff. I just like to hear more.
Awesome.
And the cool thing about Cole Hamels for someone my age, Andrew Salciunas' age, Brendan Gunn's age, is Cole Hamels played with our idols growing up and was one for a lot of people. So the stories that he could probably share and the insights from that team that you're going to get out of it, I think would be a really cool thing for
I hope it's not. The one thing I hope it's not, though, is for new broadcasters. And Cole, I don't want him to just be telling stories about the 2008 era. And a lot of them come on and they just start talking about stuff that happened that long ago. Talk about the game. Come in as an analyst. We know your resume. And if there's a good story that relates to a player.
Yeah, luckily baseball lends its hand to that. Connor, I have one more question for you. Does it make you feel old?
Everything makes me feel old. I wake up with back pain. Dude, 2 beers makes my head hurt. Everything makes me feel old. So, yes, add it to the damn list.
It might end up being a great decision. It might.
My back hurts.
It might.
I got to pitch game 6.
Everybody knows to Cole Hamels.
It might be a great.
All right, what else we got, Brad?
He's a legend.
We'll wrap it up with the replay.
Have you reached the point of blind faith with the Philadelphia Eagles' decision-making after a year that resulted in a Super Bowl in such astounding fashion as they went through the playoffs with.
Yeah, and you guys said it's not considered blind faith, but I kind of do consider it blind faith when I trust each and every decision they make, and I'm going to go into it with a positive mindset.
That's not what you said.
You said 90%.
You said like most of the time.
It turns out.
First you said most of the time. Then you said 90%.
So
blind faith is 100%.
Put it on the table, B-Gun. Do you believe in them 100%?
Do you believe it or not?
No, I believe it 100% of the time because they're right 69% of the time, or whatever they say in Anchorman.
There you go.
But no,
60% of the time it works every time. Right?
Whatever the quote was.
That was the quote.
That's how it works out, most of the time. But my faith in them is 100% of the time because they get most things right. Okay. So I'm not going to have a negative reaction off the bat.
They're a great organization. I think anybody who, first of all, anybody who's saying that Kevin Patullo hired was a bad hire, I'm just going to tell you, that's clickbait because nobody knows.
Yeah.
You can say, I'm weary of it. I'm very leery of it. I don't know if it's going to be good, and I don't like it because of this. But I think that I would be shocked if he was just horrible.
There's too many pieces here for him to be horrible.
Right.
Two creams,
all
one
he
sugar.
has to do is not throw bubble screens 90% of the time, and then the other 90% of the time go hot route long.
That is very difficult. Brendan, great job there on today's headlines.
Two creams, one sugar had the team so frustrated with his play calling that A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts literally said, nah, with the game on the line in Seattle, we're calling our own play here because we don't want you're not doing it.
No. That's exactly what they sounded like.
Yeah, and then it took a week for A.J. Brown to tell us the truth and to come out and say it, and then Jalen was mad at him for it.
Yeah, but that's all in the past now. They're Super Bowl champions.
Oh, no, they're Super Bowl champs, and they're brothers. They fight. Yeah. They're brothers. They fight.
Happens.
You and your brother scrap.
Things are good right now. He doesn't want this smoke. There are things right now that are very, very good with the Philadelphia Eagles, and the ones that we're not sure about yet. I have faith in the organization completely, and if you don't, I understand the skepticism, the healthy skepticism of just I need to see you guys continue to do this. That's fair. We all want more. Coming up next, we're going to look at a guy who's given the Eagles organization a lot, but he might have given them their last performance.
Uh-oh.
Is Darius Slay on the move? And if so, what goes on to replace what Darius Slay has been able to do as a member of the Philadelphia Eagles? We'll talk about that coming up next. I'm Connor Thomas in for Andrew Salciunas, John Kincade to my left, Brendan Gunn on the board. More Kincade and Salciunas after this here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli, Bill Colarulo, and Ray Dunn. They have a lot to say about Philadelphia sports. The big
of CBS Sports, joining us coming up at 8:55. He wrote the article that we were referencing yesterday on the show about Eagles off-season free agents and how they're going to replace those guys. So Jeff is going to have a lot of insight for us on what he based that article around, on who the biggest needs for the Philadelphia Eagles are, or rather what positions the biggest needs are. So that'll be great to talk to him. Also, in the Jeff Kerr interview, we have an opportunity for you to win a pair of Sixers tickets. Actually, we have two pairs.
Jeff Kerr is a season ticket holder.
Is he really?
Yes.
I did not know that.
So he's one of the people getting screwed this year.
Now, you're not getting his season tickets.
No, Jeff did not agree to give up his season tickets for this.
But we have two pairs of tickets to Monday, February 24th game against the Chicago Bulls. Sixers facing the Bulls. So we will give that away. We're going to ask two questions based on things that Jeff Kerr says during his interview.
Okay, I like this.
So make sure you're listening at 8:55 so that you can get your chance to win some free Sixers tickets. But we were just talking a little bit about Darius Slay going into that break. That was what the tease was. And just to remind you of our conversations today, one of them where we started was this whole idea of blind faith with the Philadelphia Eagles. And that's more based around the Kevin Patullo hiring as the offensive coordinator. There's not a lot to go on there as far as resume. Now, he has 18 years of NFL experience in some capacity, but none of those years spent as a play caller at the NFL level. So anyone who's like, he hasn't done this before, including the quarterback of the damn team, Jalen Hurts, they're absolutely right to say that. Now, where I'm at with the team, and where I think a lot of people in the fan base are at, is this level of blind faith where it's just like, yeah, but they're going to make it work somehow because they just won the Super Bowl and last year was so perfect. And maybe that's short-sighted. Maybe that is too optimistic and not realistic for how tough the NFL is to sustain success. But I can't help what I'm feeling right now. And right now it is hard for me to have any, not give the benefit of the doubt to the Philadelphia Eagles. That's just where I'm at personally. I know, John, you have that little more skeptical nature to you naturally. And also, you're just more pragmatic about the way the NFL is. I'm more of a eternal optimist. So.
Yeah, I'm just saying to myself, there's blind faith, but blind faith is really hard for me.
I got you.
I mean, I think you know me, and blind faith is hard for me in almost anything. And so I'm always going to be part skeptic. But there's a lot that I believe they're going to get right. Like the draft, I'm willing to be now, after 4 years of data, that they've changed their plans and everything, I'm willing to be blind faith that they're going to make the right calls on draft night, especially the first two nights.
Yeah, even if you don't know the player, you're just like, hey, whatever.
First 3 rounds, they have been hitting it unbelievably well. As far as free agency, it's been a little hit or miss.
Yeah, it has been dicey.
And so I'm not going to have blind faith on that. I don't think you should have blind faith on – I think you should always be confirm and verify everything. That's just a policy.
Now, there is only one John Kincade. Sometimes I might say that's a good thing.
You should be lucky on that one.
But I think that this mindset that you have is not just specifically yours. I think there are other people out there that feel that same way. So I'm interested in where the fan base is. 610-632-0975 is how you call in. It's how you text in. Have you reached the point of blind faith with the Eagles organization in everything they do? Hiring, drafting, free agency, basically just the way they conduct their business. And we're also doing this exercise based on Jeff Kerr's article, who we're going to talk to at 8:55, about Eagles team needs this offseason and the list of free agents that they have. We're looking at specific position groups where the Eagles will have to either bring in another starter, we'll have to bring in a depth piece, it's going to have to replace somebody this offseason, and we're debating whether or not that replacement will come from the draft or from free agency. Now, this could be preference. This could be necessity. So we're breaking this all down as deep as we can get without getting too caught up in the weeds of a whole NFL offseason in one 4-hour show. But there's been this conversation about Darius Slay, and really it started after the NFC Championship game. Or was it before the NFC Championship game when he was talking about this?
It was before.
Before.
Because he thought it was going to be his last game.
Yeah. Last game in Philadelphia.
Correct.
Right.
He was worried. He actually brought it up before the Rams game. And then really hit it for the NFC title.
If only he knew he was going to go to the Lions. If not, because then it wouldn't be his last game at the Link.
You see, that's how we know.
They're going to the Link.
That's true. But last game as an Eagle at the Link was something that Darius Slay had mentioned before the game was even played against Washington. So this is not a surprise that this offseason we're going to have our eyes on number 2. And before we do this at all, and we've had this conversation slightly over this week, And we've also put this disclaimer on it. We're going to disclaim again.
Okay.
Darius Slay has been incredible for the Philadelphia.
I mean, he arguably, I saw a top 15 rundown of the top 15 defensive plays of this year, and I think Slay made 4 of them. So, I mean, he had a great year.
And
he had a great year. I would miss him greatly because I've enjoyed him being an Eagle.
Yes. He is an immensely talented player that has been everything the Eagles could have wanted when they traded for him and more.
And don't forget where they were when they got him.
Yeah. Like, he really was the stabilizer at the cornerback position for this team. Ronald Darby, Patrick Robinson, Jalen Mills, guys in and out of positions, but he was the constant since he's been here. And his time is not guaranteed to be done. They could always bring him back. But the reason I put that disclaimer is we're going to talk about replacing Darius Slay. And there is no simple replacement for a player of that caliber. Good. That's just the reality of the situation. But the Eagles don't get to play these fun, like, semantics games that we do on the radio. It's just like, there's no replacing him. They got to replace him.
Yep, they do.
They got to find somebody to play that position if he's not Dak. So if the Eagles were to move on from him, and he was to go somewhere else, and he said Detroit could be another option. He said he could come back to Philly. I think they have the pieces in place to cover that workload.
By the way, confirmed yesterday with 2 members of NFL media, it is the Eagles aren't going to do anything about it. He's not allowed to talk about it.
Yeah.
But they're not going to do anything about it.
No, because that would be bad faith for a guy with the organization.
But he is not allowed to do what he did.
Yeah,
You're not supposed to be doing that.
On a podcast,
talking with a player on other teams. Oh, yeah, I'd love to come to your team. If it's an opportunity to come to your team,
then here's what you do. You go to the Lions and you say, get Amon-Ra St. Brown, tell him he cost you a first-round pick. Take the Lions first. They're the ones tampering.
The Flyers will, the Eagles will not do anything about it.
No, and they shouldn't, but I understand.
But they could get petty, but they won't.
I understand why it annoyed you, him saying that, and the medium he used to say that. But is it a fair assessment to say the Eagles can cover Darius Slay's position with, like, Cooper DeJean moving outside, or maybe if you keep Isaiah Rodgers and you put him out there? Or do they need to add a significant piece? And if so, is that free agency?
They need to add a veteran piece.
A veteran
not draft.
So this is free agency again for you.
Free agency for me, and Howie has had an amazing record of finding guys, secondary pieces to plug in on 1-year deals.
Malcolm Jenkins
that make big impacts to this.
So you're keeping DeJean in the slot and getting somebody on the outside opposite Quignon.
No, I might. Okay. It depends on what I get. I might get the veteran that goes into the slot.
Got it.
But adding a starter at one of the corner positions for free agency
is necessary.
I'm totally on board with you.
Yep.
Are you folks out there on board with us?
We're agreeing a lot today. Maybe it's this room. Maybe it's the oxygen in here. Because when you're in there, you're like you look at me like the Antichrist.
Well, I can incept you a little bit easier from this close, but I think the other thing is this Eagles offseason, while it is important, pretty easy blueprint for what they have to do. At least from our perspective. We'll see if Howie, over the course of the next couple months, holds those same assessments, which if he's smart, he'd probably disagree with us once or twice because we don't have all the answers. Coming up next, we are going to look at a guy that cannot leave the building. We said Darius Slay might. This dude, lock him in the link. He cannot walk away from this organization.
Lock him in.
Zach Bond ain't going nowhere. But depth with the linebackers, that's a worry. We'll talk about the linebacker position coming up next. We'll also check in text line, phone line. I'm Connor Thomas in for Andrew Salciunas. John Kincade to my left. Brendan Gunn on the board. More Kincade and Salciunas comes your way next here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Juergens has surgery. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Fanatic Sports Update. After battling a back injury throughout the playoffs, Eagles center Cam Juergens underwent a procedure on his back yesterday. It's reported that doctors expect Juergens to make a full recovery by July in time for training camp, and it's going to be a big training camp as they'll have a new offensive coordinator. Kevin Patullo was hired on Wednesday, of course. A.J. Brown joined the Insiders on the NFL Network yesterday, and he said he's a fan of the new OC.
I truly feel like it's a great hire. He already has been involved in almost everything. Him, Kellen, and Nick basically called the plays already. So it's a great hire.
The Sixers dropped their first game back after the All-Star break last night by a score of 124-104 to the Boston Celtics. The Sixers are back in action tomorrow night against the Brooklyn Nets. You can catch that game live right here on the Fanatic. And the Flyers begin the unofficial second half of their season tomorrow against the Edmonton Oilers. Puck drops at 1 tomorrow. You can also listen to that game live right here on the Fanatic. Speaking of hockey, Team USA lost to Team Canada last night 3-2 in overtime of the Four Nations Face-Off Championship game. Unfortunate for the home country, but it was a great game nonetheless. This update was brought to you by Bradford White Water Heaters. When you need a new water heater, choose one that is built to be the best. Choose Bradford White. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Ricky Vitalico.
The Eagles completely outclassed the Chiefs.
Talking about the Super Bowl champs.
I almost look at this as a passing of the torch. And you can say whatever you want. Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, you won 2 in a row, Patrick. But guess what? That torch has just been lifted from you, and it's been placed in the hands of Jalen Hurts.
Hear Ricky with Tyrone Johnson on the best show ever. Weekday afternoons 2 to 6. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Okay, so if your lawn looked like Andrew Salciunas' last year, I got to tell you it was embarrassing. He doesn't, he tries to trim his hedges really well and make sure the lawn's cut beautifully. But if you've got patches all over your lawn where the dog pees and things like that, and you've tried to do fertilizer yourself and it's got like 20 different colors, you need to call my friends at Moyer Indoor Outdoor Services. They're the best. Now, they take care of Moyer Indoor with us. In fact, Moyer's going to be coming to the Kincade household to take care of making sure that all of those spider traps are refreshed and cleaned up, because I don't see bugs in the house, which I'm glad we don't. But we had bugs in our garage because they were coming in somehow. I don't know how. But they took care of them. Moyer Indoor Outdoor is a great company. They've been taking care of homes for around 150 years now. And they were out this week to assess Andrew's lawn and to have a game plan for what they're doing in the spring and the summer to get it absolutely looking its best. It's February, but it's not too early to start thinking about a lush green lawn and a bug-free home. So give Moyer Indoor Outdoor a call. They'll give you a free assessment and estimate. I want you to check out eMoyer.com because it comes with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. That's eMoyer.com, trusted by the Kincades and the Salciunas.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou, a term provider, 800-568-2790. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is more than just a legal process. It's a life-changing event that can impact your future, finances, and your relationship with your children. You've worked hard to build a life that you're proud of, and you deserve a legal partner who will work just as hard to protect it.
Offices in Philadelphia, Radnor, and Allentown, Pennsylvania, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Rick Julius, licensed in Pennsylvania only. Michelle Ferrari, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania.
I'm Connor Thomas in for Andrew Salciunas. John Kincade smiling to my left as he hears Championship Friday.
I love Championship Friday. Makes me smile. Have someone on social media, on Twitter, sending a DM, asking a question of us, though.
Oh, okay.
From an earlier conversation, real quickly. If the NHL, the American players, can close the gap with the greatest country in hockey, Canada, where they can play them toe-to-toe like this, why can't the U.S. ever do it in soccer? And I think that is something, we had a conversation about soccer earlier. I think that is a great, I didn't even think about that watching last night. The U.S. has managed to draw themselves, where they played even with Canada for this series in the two games. 1-1, lost 1, same amount of goals. I mean, no, actually outscored them.
That's a complicated answer.
But why can't we? But we're further behind the world than we were.
I got you, and part of me understands why. So the biggest thing I think is willingness. Like, I just don't think, as much as hockey isn't football, soccer and hockey, like I think there is this more concerted effort by some kids to play hockey. Like, I think it's a sport that feels more American, even though it's Canada's sport ultimately. Like. And that brings me to my next point. I think part of it, a big part, is proximity, right? There's so much crossover of kids that grow up in Canada that play hockey that end up coming to tournaments in the United States and playing in the NHL. So many kids that play hockey.
I mean, you look at the
States.
U.S. hockey guys' last names and the way they talk. A lot of them are from all over the place. They come here and their parents end up here because of hockey.
But you can say the same thing about soccer. But my point is, for guys to go play in the Premier League, or go play in the European system, or for you to go play in South America, or for you to go play in Asia somewhere playing soccer, that is a much bigger undertaking to mix with those soccer cultures than just going north of the border to Canada. I just think there's more crossover.
And we're also seeing the kids now of other generational NHL stars, USA stars now playing, so it's just generational talent. Soccer hasn't gotten there yet.
The thing is, though, if it's if you're talking about it, would a Premier League type of setup for hockey, based out of Canada and the U.S., be a more followed product, a better product than the NHL?
I don't think so.
I think it'd be a better product. If you had all the international talent,
and
they were playing at it, but you're based out of.
Could you do what the Flyers are doing right now? Like, you couldn't do a rebuild the way losing on purpose because you'd be delegated down.
Yeah, but I don't think you'd be I love the idea of relegation.
I do too.
I would love to see that in baseball. I'd love to see it in football.
Dude, the day the Dallas Cowboys get relegated to a lower league than the NFL, I would throw a bigger parade than the Super Bowl.
I'd love to see relegation in pro sports in America.
Yeah, I think the thing with hockey, soccer is it's just hockey feels inherently North American because it is. Soccer feels more international, and we just have that closer connection to the game of hockey, and that leads to a quicker catching up to
1980 moments where it's like a whole nation gets behind it. You learn that when you're a kid. I don't think soccer's ever had a moment like that where everybody buys in.
Yeah. I said it yesterday to Andrew. Since the time I was in grade school, they've been saying, American soccer's coming, baby.
I don't know.
Soccer's taking over.
Man.
But they did.
Yeah, lacrosse.
They told us Pele came over.
Right.
To play for the New York Cosmos.
But Messi's
and
here
they were like, American soccer's taking over. American kids are playing soccer now in bigger numbers than ever.
Where do all the good Americans go? They go to Europe.
They chase where the money is.
Now,
that's what I'm saying is a Premier League setup where it was for hockey, where it was U.S. and Canada, North American based, I think would kill it. I think it would be potentially a top 3 sport.
Possible. I don't think it's realistic to see, but it's a fun thing to have that conversation about. And I do like what the NHL is doing right now, and they got a great boon from the Four Nations face-off, and we'll see how they capitalize on that. From football to back to football here, though. I don't know if Zach Bond's ever played hockey. I don't know if he's ever played soccer, but this dude is a damn good American football player. And there is no way that Zach Bond gets out of the building. I don't believe the Eagles can allow it or will allow it. I don't think he wants to go anywhere else. I think he wants to be here because of the culture this team has and how much he's talked about it throughout the year. This is one of the more no-brainer, this guy is back type of conversations. But it's not just Zach Bond. When you look at the linebacker position, I think we may be underestimating how much work Howie Roseman has to do there.
Tell me why.
So Oren Burks is a free agent. Oren Burks was a guy that played a big role in the final 3 games of the postseason.
How old's Oren?
That is a great question.
I mean, I'm like, it's...
Pull that up. Yeah, because he's been around for a while. He has a lot of postseason experience.
33?
He's not a young buck.
No.
29.
Oh, wow. See, that's...
Turning 30. Turning 30 in a
I'm
month.
off on that then. Okay.
So you could bring back Oren Burks, but maybe someone looks at him, a linebacker-less team, and says Oren Burks could start for us after what he did in a relief of Nakobe Dean.
Sure.
So he may not come back. Nakobe Dean's coming off a major knee injury.
Going into the final year of his contract.
Right. And Jeremiah Trotter Jr., listen, I love the name, obviously, as all Eagles fans do. And he had some moments this year. I don't think the guy's not a player, but I don't know that he's a guy that's ready to play significant time at the linebacker position.
There were people who were saying the Eagles should have taken him in the second round.
Well, yeah, which
or
is crazy.
third round last year, which is nuts. He showed flashes, and he's a developmental piece that is getting better.
Right, he's a special teams guy until further notice.
And getting better.
Do you guys offer Nakobe Dean a deal on a cheaper thing on the injury right now, or do you let it play out next year and maybe lose him? Because you're not going to franchise tag him.
No, you're not. I mean,
I
you're not
can't
going to
give him a
franchise
deal
tag any
right now. One great season, blowing out your knee. I can't give him
He's
a deal.
had
It's not good
injuries.
business.
Do you give him one more year? Do you extend him an extra year so next year's not it?
No, I don't.
So what if he comes back and he's great? Then he's gone.
Play your contract, and if you're good enough, we will try and find a way to keep you.
I think I can tell you I believe Nakobe very much wants to be a part of this organization, wants to be with his boys, wants to be with that. But I don't know. I'd be willing to do what you're floating there.
Yeah, because if you pay Zach Bond now, and you get Nakobe on for an extra year cheap, because you're not going to pay 2 linebackers if Nakobe has a great year next year.
We can't just start throwing out these extra contracts to guys that don't need them right now. You're going to have to try. Would you rather have Jalen Carter extended? Would you rather have Jordan Davis?
Yeah, but you can't extend Jalen Carter.
No, I know, but
down the line
Jordan
you
Davis,
will need
you
to.
can.
Right.
The guys that we're looking at that you're going to have to throw money at, Zach Bond, maybe bringing back either Mekhi Becton or Milton Williams. The Eagles are not in a spot to start throwing out these contracts to get cheap deals on guys because they're going to be so tight against the cap to make this work anyway. And I love Nakobe Dean, but you could sign him next year and figure that out, and you could bring him back. But it's as great of a leader as he's turned into and as great of a season as he had. It is bad business to give a seemingly injury-prone linebacker at a position you're already paying another guy big-time money this offseason an extension when you don't have to right now. Take the player away and just numbers-wise, that's not smart for an organization. So all of this brings me to it's not just a Nakobe Dean conversation, but let's say Dean's not ready for week 1. Let's say Oren Burks goes elsewhere. You bring back Zach Bond because we all think they're going to. Your linebackers are Zach Bond and Jeremiah Trotter Jr. And then Ben Van Sumeren if he comes back and is healthy.
Well, there's
he's a free agent too.
Okay, so
and then and Andrew DeCecco, make sure he's covered. Look, what I would say is there's going to be a discussion about Oren Burks and remember he was very affordable and very available.
Yes,
and he played a bunch of snaps in the Super Bowl just the year before.
Right, I'd love if he was again.
I'd love for him to be back.
I don't know that he will be. I
love
think
for him to be back.
That this is another one of those hybrid situations. I think that you're going to need to add in free agency a guy who is not necessarily a starter, but a guy who's going to be able to go out there, and this is in addition to Zach Bond, play if need be if Nakobe Dean's not ready. But I also think this is another draft where you look at the 4th, 5th, 6th round, and you say, I got to add another linebacker as a special teams player, as a depth role. I think that's the way to handle it.
Do you think Howie learned his lesson from Super Bowl 57 when they got there with the T.J. Edwards, who was great that season, and then Kaiser White, and then Howie Roseman said, I can go out there and do it again because I'm Howie Roseman? Do you think he is going to bring Bond back 100%, yes, or do you think he's going to think he's on top of the world and
1
he can do
billion
whatever?
1 trillion %, anything higher than that number, infinity %. Zach Bond will be a Philadelphia Eagle next year in my mind. There's no way they let him leave.
I don't believe they let him leave. And I don't believe he wants to leave.
No.
I don't believe he wants
No, he's here. And also, credit to Howie Roseman, who let T.J. Edwards walk, and he had a great year with the Bears after that. And Howie's argument was, I can do it again. He did it again. No, it was more Vic Fangio this time, creating Zach Bond. But listen, man, now that you have this guy, though, Zach Bond is, and he's not on steroids, but he's T.J. Edwards on steroids. this dude can't leave the organization.
Did Connor Thomas just say he's on steroids?
The NFL, Zach Bond's not going to be happy with you.
Yes. Now he's going to have to pee in a cup.
That's your bald-headed brother, B-Gun. You got to protect him.
Chill.
But yes, the linebacker position is very interesting. And we've gone through, like, as we do more of this show, it's like, hey, the work for Howie Roseman, he doesn't have a light off season.
I don't think it's a light off season. It's not heavy lifting, but
he's got a workout to do.
There you go.
So we will see what he has in store. We're going to check in on what the people are saying coming up next. And Johnny has some info on the Flyers that I want to get a little bit of information on, too. With the AHL trade deadline and this hockey wave of the Four Nations face-off wake, could the Flyers make a flurry of moves before the trade deadline rolls around? We'll talk about it coming up next. I'm Connor Thomas in for Andrew Salciunas. John Kincade to my left. Brennan Gunn on the board. More Kincade and Salciunas coming up on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson, Ricky Vitalico, and Silvana Kelleher.
15 minutes, we're going to talk to Jeff Kerr of CBS Sports. He wrote a great article that we used during yesterday's show about the Philadelphia Eagles' offseason needs. So we will see what more in-depth he has, as that's been a big topic of conversation throughout the show today. I
haven't gotten to argue with Jeff in a while. We always have some great conversations, and occasionally there's we'll have a spirited debate about something about what belongs. I'm anxious to hear a little more. Now I've read ahead, so I've done a little cheat sheet.
Love that.
But I've got him on the same page as Kerr on a lot of things.
The last time I think we talked to Jeff was the three of us in the cafeteria behind the press box at Citizens Bank Park. We're all hanging out there. But
it was fun. We look forward to it.
That was an off-the-air conversation.
He's versatile.
This one will be
He's
great.
a versatile guy, let's put it that way.
Yeah, we're happy to talk to him. So he'll give us some more in-depth information on what the Eagles' offseason plans could be. By the way, if you're listening in and you're wondering, where's Andrew Salciunas? I'm Connor Thomas in for Andrew Salciunas.
You wanted to work today. He decided to sleep in.
He has to watch Cooper.
Oh, he gets time off,
His wife, Christy, is out of town, so he's on daddy duty, but he'll be back in on Monday. So it's Johnny and I for this Championship Friday. And we have had a lot of people checking in on our topics about the Birds, and we've also mentioned what was an awesome hockey game last night in the Four Nations face-off.
That was awesome.
But our lead topic was the blind faith conversation with the Eagles organization, and also we've been discussing different position groups and how the Eagles are going to replace them. At this point in the show, because we are, 2 hours and 40-some minutes in, you should be at the point, if you've been listening, where you're like, wow, they really do have a good amount of work to do. Now, some of the replacement options seem pretty cut and dry.
Yes, very much so.
But there's still, nothing is cut and dry when it comes to contract negotiation, drafting, anything like that.
It still shocks me, though, that we pretty much, the three of us, are pretty much on the same page about where we're shopping for each need of who potentially has to be replaced. I don't know. That really would surprise me. Like, if anybody would say to me, okay, three guys that talk sports are going to agree on, free agency for this. We're gonna use the draft for this. But it seems very cut and dry. Not easy to execute.
Right.
But cut and dry as far as what we think are the smart things to do. You got to start saving money on defense.
Right. But it's like building a car, right?
I've never contemplated.
But you understand the concept.
No, I
don't.
No, I don't. No, I don't. Are you kidding me? I have no idea.
In the general sense, or building anything.
I can check oil.
But hey, that's good work.
I can put windshield washer fluid in.
Oh, you can do that. Mine's low.
I can't do that.
I'm asking you. You can physically do that. You don't have to go into the shop.
No, I know how to do it. Are you serious?
Yes.
I know how to do that.
All right, cool.
You know what I'll do? Next week, I'll bring some, and I'll do it for you in the parking lot afterwards.
Sounds good to me.
And I also know I can even do engine coolant. See, I know little things.
The people I work with around here.
Like I could do car stuff for dummies. That's about it.
My point being is, when you're building a car, if you do it right the first time, if you are very intensive in the process of how you put the vehicle together when you're first assembling it, you, in theory, need less maintenance the rest of the way. It kind of takes care of itself.
It does.
A better built car needs less time at the shop. Howie Roseman has built an exceptional automobile, so now it's more cut and dry, how to take care of it, how to maintain it, because there are less issues. So even three numbskulls like us who can't change our oil or windshield wiper fluid or whatever Brendan Gunn's having trouble with.
Even a dope can do that.
We can talk about the offseason and have this clear idea of how we want to do it. So how do you feel about our assessment of that so far? And also, have you reached the point with the Eagles organization where blind faith is the way you're feeling? 610-632-0975 is the phone number to call in, to text in. We haven't gone to the phone lines much today, so let's go to Joe in West Philly. Joe, you're live here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, Kincade Salciunas. I heard, talking about the Eagles. I did agree with John. This is what I feel. They definitely got to save money on defense, because these guys we have, they're playing some bank. Between Dejean and Mitchell all the way up to the Georgia boys class, they're not playing for regular NFL, money. You know what I'm saying? They're in a point now. They didn't shut themselves in the trajectory. They're playing for bank.
Yeah, you can't. What's good, though, is you don't have to worry about paying Cooper DeJean for 3 years. You don't have to worry about paying, so you can project some of this
Mitchell,
out.
3 years.
Quinyon Mitchell, 3 years, things. But you got to have it, though.
Yeah, so that's why I figured we try to get some young guys, look for the draft. If we have a draft again like that or anywhere close, I think it'll be good to fill up some more young guys over those guys. So by the time contract season come up, it'll be hard to decision for who to keep. Because these guys, our young guys are, they're performing, they're doing an advanced job.
Yeah, and they're going to get paid, Joe.
And they're going to get paid,
call, man.
But you know how he's projecting that out.
Yes.
But at some point, you're not going to be able to pay everybody. And I do believe that Nakobe Dean might end up being a casualty of it.
He could be, which would
because
suck.
But 3 years injured.
Yeah.
Even though this year he was great he was very good, and then gets injured and doesn't get to be a part of it. I don't know if they're going to be willing to commit.
Yeah. It's not Madden where you can turn the salary cap off.
Exactly.
Like, there are going to be guys that are great players that we love here that are not going to be able to remain with the team because there's just too many successful players to pay, and that's the reality of having a great football team. Now, two things from our caller Joe there that I just want to put in. One, and people are going to do this offseason the closer we get to the draft. They're going to say, you got to do what you did again with Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell. It's not going to happen, guys. Like, you're not going to get two defensive rookie of the year candidates in the first two picks, one of them being outside the first round. That's not typical. It's not normal. It does not happen. So, yeah, you could say something close to that is the goal, but you have to be more realistic in what is normal for drafting to be. And also, it sounds like Joe is our last caller there, very heavy on the draft side of the equation for how you want to fill in those spots. So I think a lot of people are going to be, just because Howie Roseman's track record in the draft has been better than his free agency track record, even though both have been good.
Absolutely.
Nailed the draft, like 85% nailed free agency recently. So I get where Joe's coming from there.
Yeah, 85% nailed free agency?
I'd say 85%.
When you missed... No, I can't go that high.
No,
I'm giving it a.
I wouldn't say 85 either.
I'm giving it a B minus
because I went down the list since the past
85.
It's like a B minus. No, I'm going like B minus.
So 81%.
There's 2 years where he completely whiffed in the past 5 years,
and two of the top three last year he whiffed on.
Last year's free agency going into the 2023 season, we're talking about guys like Edmonds, Justin Evans. Like, he completely whiffed.
I mean, like, it's not been free agency. Has had, I believe, a bit of a decline.
But I think you get confused with the offseason because he's also making trades for like A.J. Brown, guys like that. So
now that's
C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah.
I put it all in the same kind of category umbrella, the offseason, because trades and free agency. So I do the same thing.
Now, Johnny, you think the Flyers, speaking of moves to be made, you think there's going to be a flurry of activity from them?
Yeah, I do. I think 2 weeks from today, the trade deadline will come down during the best show ever. So 2 weeks from today. March the 7th. I will be knee-deep in whatever they serve you in Jamaica.
I guess
that's
pina
liquid.
coladas.
That's liquid. And I have to try a different drink every day for Andrew.
Oh, love that.
He's demanded that I do that. But I've let's just say I've heard from two NHL people that tell me they believe there are 2 to 3 moves coming. 2 of them potentially significant moves.
Aggressive or rebuild moves?
Rebuild moves.
Okay.
So,
as it should be.
Can't wait.
And that's
I'm by the way, I am there for it. Special broadcast Sunday afternoon, me and Kevin Cooney live at the Flyers Carnival, and we will have Keith Jones will be sitting down with us amongst other Flyers execs and everything. We'll get some answers for
That's going to be must-listen radio because
I'm looking
that's
forward to it. If you're a Flyers fan, that's what you want.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to get insight into what they could possibly do ahead of the deadline. So be listening to that this
And if
coming
Jonesy
Sunday.
doesn't answer my questions, we'll scrap live on the radio.
I'm taking Jonesy. Coming up next, in any interview, I'm taking Jeff Kerr. We're going to talk to Jeff Kerr of CBS Sports. He did a great article on the needs for the Eagles. Also, you're going to have a chance to win 2 pairs of Sixers tickets listening from this interview. We're going to ask you some questions in the 9 o'clock hour. So don't miss anything we got coming the rest of the way. It's Kincade Salciunas back after this here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Juergens has surgery. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Fanatic Sports Update. After battling a back injury throughout the playoffs, Eagles center Cam Juergens underwent a procedure on his back yesterday. It is reported that doctors expect Juergens to make a full recovery by July, just in time for training camp. And it's going to be a big training camp as the team hired a new offensive coordinator on Wednesday, Kevin Patullo. A.J. Brown joined the insiders on the NFL Network yesterday and said he is a fan of the new OC.
I truly feel like it's a great hire. He already has been involved in almost everything. Him, Kellen, and Nick basically called the plays already. So it's a great hire.
The Sixers dropped their first game back after the All-Star break last night, 124-104 to the Boston Celtics. The Sixers are back in action tomorrow night against the Brooklyn Nets. You can catch that game live right here on the Fanatic. And the Flyers, they begin the unofficial second half of their season tomorrow against the Edmonton Oilers. Puck drops for that game tomorrow at 1. You can also catch that game live right here on the Fanatic. Speaking of hockey, Team USA lost to Team Canada last night, 3-2 in overtime of the Four Nations Face-Off Championship game. Great game, unfortunate outcome for the home country. This update was brought to you by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the 76ers and the Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Bill Colorado.
right, we are about to check in with Jeff Kerr of CBS Sports, but real quick, I want to remind you, you are listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPN HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia, Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. I'm Connor Thomas in for Andrew Salciunas, John Kincade to my left, B-Gun on the board, and on the Comcast Business Hotline, the writer of a great article about an NFL free agency preview. Who you need to be looking at that your team could lose, including the Philadelphia Eagles, is our friend Jeff Kerr. Jeff, it was a great article, and appreciate you taking the time joining us today. The Eagles have a lot of work to do this offseason. Where does your mind go first?
Once again, Connor, thanks for having me on. But you know what? That's a really good question, honestly, because I'm looking at who are they going to retain? And is it going to be Mekhi Becton, which I'm hearing, and I know Adam Schefter said this on your show the other day, it's very likely he's going to come back. I was told Mekhi Becton really liked it here. He said that himself. Jordan Mailata made a plea for it, so I think he's going to be back. But how are you going to fix these three defensive free agents? Will Milton Williams be back? I think that's a little too much. I think he's going to be out of their price range, even with the rising salary cap. Same with Josh Sweat. So I think you make your priority Zach Bond. And I know the Eagles don't pay linebackers, but this is a guy that he was so vital at defense last year. And with the Kobe Dean's injury, and we're really not sure when the Kobe Dean is actually going to be back. He says week 1, but we'll see. And with Warren Burks being a free agent, I think you have to figure out how to get Mekhi Becton and Zach Bond back on this team.
Jeff, here the one question I would have is how much of this season's off-season plan is going to be about projecting forward to future seasons' plans, because there's going to be some young guys coming up for some big money in the next few years on the defensive side of the ball.
Oh, I agree. I mean, you're going to have to pay Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. I think that's without doubt. Two guys that
Jalen Carter. Yeah, Jalen Carter.
Jalen Carter is exactly. He's another one. And look, they tried to sign Milton Williams, I believe it was before last season, and he said, no, I'm going to bank on myself, and it worked. And, I always have an appreciation for athletes that want to do that. So Milton Williams is going to get his dime, but, they also have to make decisions on Jordan Davis, whether they want to give him a fifth-year option or they just kind of let that go and, just see how he does next year. So that's going to be something you got to think of. Yeah, there's a ton of players, right? C.J. Gardner-Johnson, even in 2 years, I know he's under a 3-year deal, but you got to look at him. Maybe you got to think of the future at safety there. But, yeah, I mean, Jalen Carter, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, they're the big three to me. It just depends on how much the salary cap is going to rise. And, look, if it's $20 million every year, I'm sure Howie Roseman will more than likely have a lot of void years and a lot of future contracts.
Now, speaking of the salary cap going up, how does this recent increase, higher than projection, affect how Howie Roseman's going to handle this offseason?
Well, all of a sudden, you go from like $24 million to, I believe what I was told, about 41 or 42. So that creates a lot more flexibility. I mean, not just for the Eagles, but for everybody else. And now maybe teams are going to offer some of these free agents more money, but all of a sudden, signing Zach Bond to a potential deal of $20 million a year, that's doable. And you'll have some room to sign Mekhi Becton to probably what he deserves to be making, around $10 million or so. And then you'll have about, I would guess, around $10 to $15 million to kind of use for the draft picks or use for extensions or, restructuring deals or whatever you want to do. But, yeah, there's definitely some flexibility there. They could maybe add a couple minor free agents or so. It's really weird this offseason. And I have no idea how Howie Roseman's going to handle it. I had no idea how he was going to handle it last year. And he was aggressive. So maybe he'll find ways to get more creative again.
How much do you believe is going to be draft addressed? Like if you were to pick a position group to say, or a guy leaving, that they will pick the draft to be how they replace this player. What are the positions?
I think, honestly, defensive line, I could see them going. And look, Jalen Sun had a great postseason for them. That was one of the reasons why I mentioned Jalen Sun's postseason on X the other day, because there's kind of your in-house replacement for Josh Sweat. But I still think they believe in, and look, this is what won the Super Bowl, how strong they were in the trenches. So why not add another pass rusher in the back half of the first round, or if you trade out of the first round and recoup some picks, and maybe you can find some gems in the second round there. I heard this is a pretty deep draft for linemen again. So maybe that's the direction you go in. I don't really see them drafting a linebacker early. That's just not their MO. I mean, look, they waited to the fifth round to get Trotter Jr. last year. I could also see them addressing safety at some point, just because of Reed Blankenship and Gardner Johnson is getting old. I know he's in his late 20s, but still, you got to think about the future of that position there. It's a really weird draft for them because they're deep at so many positions, but I definitely could see them going defensive line.
Now, Jeff, your article on CBS Sports on free agents, it's not just the Eagles. You did awesome work breaking it down for all 32 NFL teams. I'm going to ask you to call your shot here, a little Jeff Ruth action, because I know you're a baseball guy too. Who's a free agent out there, not on the Eagles, that you could see being a good fit for this team this offseason?
Oh, man. You're putting me on the spot here.
I know I am.
There's over like 400 free agents right now. Oh,
pick your favorite.
Yeah, pick my favorite.
Any you're dreaming of? Any dream name that isn't Myles Garrett?
You know what? I don't think you're going to see Myles Garrett in an Eagles uniform. I just don't see the Eagles trading all those draft picks.
Right.
But I could be wrong. Yeah, man, that's a really good question because it's hard to pick the under-the-radar guys, right?
Sure.
You're thinking of the Zach Bonds of the world, and yeah, that's a really, man, you guys have stumped me on this.
Even if it's like a big-time name, or maybe even just like the position that you see them most likely to spend crazy money on in free agency, like their biggest purchase.
Honestly, like if you're asking me like who I would spend money on, it'd definitely be in the trenches again. It'd definitely be in the defensive line if they could go after a pass rusher or so. And look, yeah, there were guys that fit. I would have to honestly look again to see like who would be a good fit for them. But I could definitely see them spending some money like at edge rusher, maybe at defensive tackle. But I just think the draft is just going to be more vital for them this year. You know what? Another position you guys could look at too, and again, this even if they bring Zach Bond back, is linebacker, because I think you're going to need some depth behind Zach Bond, Nakobe Dean. Warren Burks is probably going to be looking for a multi-year deal at this point. I know he likes Philly, but do you bring him back? He'll probably command some money there. So I would definitely be looking at the linebackers on that chart. Yeah, you know what? That would be my position. I'll say linebacker.
If I was to say to you, and I gave you these three teams, for example, and you could even add one of your own if you don't agree with them. If I said to you Lions, Commanders, 49ers, what kind of order would you put them in as you consider them to be today threats to the 2025 Eagles in the NFC?
I think Lions would be first.
Okay.
I still think the Lions are loaded. They had so many injuries on defense last year. It caught up to them. And you saw it in December. I said no team that has allowed 30 points per game in December has ever won the Super Bowl. And, I think Lions fans even admitted it. Like,
sure.
Look, we got way too many injuries. And I think they knew it, but they're still going to be back next year. And, look, they got some good players that are free agents, too. Kevin Zeitlers, I think, is a guy they got to re-sign. And they probably will. I'll tell you what. I would go Commanders in that list just because Jaden Daniels is a really good football player, and they got $70 million in cap space, which sure. is going to go up. They're going to be aggressive in fixing that defense, fixing that offensive line. They're going to try to get another receiver, so I'll go Commanders. And 49ers, look, I think I list the 49ers as one of the teams I expect to bounce back next year, just because they're going to retool, but they need also to get another pass rusher for Nick Bosa. They need help on the right side of the offensive line, and they got the Brock Purdy contract situation looming. And I don't think Deebo Samuel is going to be a 49er after this season. So, yeah, I think that'd be the order I go: Lions, Commanders, 49ers.
Last thing for you here, Jeff, and everybody should check out Jeff's work on his social pages, CBSSports.com. A lot of great articles coming out with the NFL offseason upon us. Outside of the Eagles, what would be like your guilty pleasure free agency storyline to watch? Like, what's the big thing around the NFL that's going to grab headlines that you think? A team, a player? What's the other area of focus for you?
Yeah, I feel like this wasn't talked about until I saw it on Get Up this morning, ironically, who the heck is going to play quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers this year?
We were just talking about this off air. I have a pick. I don't know if Connor had the same one.
It's the enigma, Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I think it's Aaron Rodgers.
You think it's going to be Aaron? See, I already kind of made my bold prediction with them. I think they should just move on from Wilson. And I think you're kind of in limbo, right? I mean, if you want to take a shot on Aaron Rodgers, that's all well and good. I honestly think they should just go with Justin Fields this year. And
I love Justin Fields, as we've talked about before. I think he's I honestly would pick Justin Fields also. I don't think they're going to, but
yeah, I don't think they're going to either. But I think I would give him a year, just say, hey, look, this is it. And if not, we go out and draft a quarterback. We be aggressive and try to get a quarterback in a class next year that's supposed to be better. But yeah, you're right. Like, outside of Aaron Rodgers, I mean, who do you get? Like Sam Darnold, Kirk Cousins? I mean, how crazy would it be, though, the Steelers, all that cap space, if they just gave Sam Darnold a boatload of money?
Yeah, man, it's slim pickings, and I'm not talking about George. It'll be a very interesting offseason, Jeff, and thank you so much for the time, man. Appreciate it.
Talk soon, buddy.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Thanks.
There he is, Jeff Kerr of CBS Sports on the Comcast Business
We'll see him in
Hotline.
a month down at the Phillies.
Absolutely. It's always fun talking to Jeff. And a lot of interesting stuff on free agency there that we're going to break down coming up next. And also, I hope you're listening closely because we got a couple of questions for Sixers tickets about that interview with Jeff Kerr that you're going to have to answer if you want to win some free tickets to an upcoming Sixers game. So a lot more still to get into.
You might be able to play in the game, too. We haven't figured that out. You might be invited to dress.
We do have our knockout event coming up a
do.
little bit later, so you can actually play on the court. More details on that in the coming weeks. I'm Connor Thomas in for Andrew Salciunas, John Kincade to my left, Brendan Gunn on the board, and more Kincade and Salciunas comes your way next year on 97.5 The Fanatic.
The Philadelphia 76ers.
John getting absolutely roasted for the buzz cut in the break. Hey, listen, that's what happens when you get a haircut around here. Great interview with Jeff Kerr on the previous side of that break of CBSSports.com. Again, I urge you to go check out his work.
Very versatile guy. He'll have a lot of Phillies coverage, too.
Yeah.
Major League Baseball, he does it all, but really
great
good
follow
job.
on socials with stats and stuff. And he gave us a lot of great info there. By the way, I'm sitting in for Andrew Salciunas. I am Connor Thomas. Andrew will be back on Monday. John Kincade is his normal seat, and Freddie Gunn.
His dad and I, kindred spirits. We both enjoy a good episode of Price is Right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're the only two people in the world that both play Price is Right.
And The Young and the Restless.
Oh, okay.
So there you go, too.
Well,
not bad.
Young and the Restless. Oh, my God. I'm so sorry. Brendan just got in my ear. His girlfriend didn't know he buzzed his hair, and she just found out by me saying that live on air.
What? Well, wait a minute. Is it supposed to be some secret? Like she wasn't going to find out?
It was.
I was going to keep the hat on, the hood on as long as possible.
Dude, I'm going to tell you this.
Welcome to the radio, buddy. Nothing sacred.
Why you going
here.
to bed with the hat?
You with a Flowbee? I mean, seriously, you're cutting. What are you using, a Flowbee?
I don't think he knows what a Flowbee is.
What the hell is that?
It's the thing that they sell on the infomercial on NBC Sports Philadelphia.
Phillips Noroko or whatever it's called. I got a bone to pick with them. Don't make the 3 and the 7 that guard the same color.
Oh.
Isn't there a number on it?
And I'm shade blind.
Does it look
so
like
I
I
would
can
never
read?
be able to use that. That's unbelievable.
Delco, folks.
It is.
I'm just kidding. I love you, Delco.
No, it's Strathaven. They don't. Colors has always been it's like a graduate level course.
Now, let's talk
Only
a
the
little
kids who are in the college prep track.
Well, then they may not be able to win Sixers.
John
tickets.
Clark learned his colors at Strathaven.
Because we
passed with flying colors.
I'm trying my best to hold it together here, folks. So we've got Sixers tickets to give away. Again, we have two pairs of Sixers
which is
tickets
great.
to the game Monday, the 24th, against the Chicago Bulls at the Wells Fargo Center. So we're going to give those away in this 9 o'clock hour. So remember what Jeff Kerr had to say. But before we start giving stuff away, I do want to talk a little bit amongst ourselves about what he broke down. So very interesting to me that he seems to be more focused on the draft. Like he seems very zoned in on what the Eagles are going to do on the draft when it comes to building this defense back up.
Because of the fact that I think in free agency, people want to talk free agency. And people want to talk like mythical situations like Myles Garrett or Juan Soto. Last year was, Juan Soto could be a Philly. I said, no, he can't.
He could have been.
I just said, no, he can't.
They almost got a meeting.
They didn't even make a phone call. Like, I mean, seriously. Stop with that. Let's look at it realistically. And I think what Jeff was looking at is that this team is going to need to use the salary cap money for re-upping their own talent.
Yeah. I mean,
And
I
that's
saw
what
Myles
it's gotta
Garrett
be.
in the Wawa parking lot this morning. But
You did?
No. I
That's
love
great.
when that stuff comes out. No, you're absolutely right. Like, Jeff was very candid about how this team's going to have to build. You have a lot of money committed or going to be committed to guys already on the roster. Now, he did say with the upping in salary cap, and this is kind of the double-edged sword of the increase. Like, everyone looks at that and they say, great, Howie's got more money to play with. And you don't really factor in all the time that every other team in the NFL can now be more aggressive pursuing your
And
players.
again, and I'm stealing it from ESPN NFL Live, the average, if you took the average NFL team, 22 starters, their salaries will go up between 18 and 20 million or something every single year. So by the existing contracts they have. So really all it does is just give you a little more wiggle room.
Right.
But it's not like it's like all this found money. Contracts go up every single year. So escalators kick in for all these guys.
You know what's funny, though, with the Jeff Kerr thing? Because we've been talking about it between
A lot's
the three of
funny
us.
with Kerr. I know a lot of things are funny.
I'd call it more informational. He can be
Okay.
funny.
Yeah, he can be
But he was basically lockstep with us with how they're going to replace these guys. Like, there was nothing that Jeff... He gave us some good information on the insights of how they're going to do it, but there was no position group or player where Jeff came on and he's like, I actually see this totally differently than what you guys were talking about earlier on in the show.
Well, that's because we bring smart people onto the show.
Or it
That's
means...
what it is, to agree with us.
Or it means... And Jeff Kerr is a smart person. You're right.
But
it means
for a
that
Penn Stater type.
this whole cut and dry offseason that we may think this is, it could be true. Now, that's more the framework, right? You have the frame around the picture, and it's up to Howie Roseman to figure out, like, oh, okay, we need to bring in linebacker depth. Everybody can point to that. How do you do it? Who's the right guy? Oh, we might need another defensive back. Is that a guy that you draft in the first round or the second round? Like, there are different levels to how you replace these guys, but I do think the face value of what the Eagles are going to try and do this offseason is very apparent. Now, Johnny, I know how your mind works. So I know that there's a conversation coming as we get deeper into the offseason of, is it a good thing or a bad thing that the Eagles offseason is so cut and dry because other organizations now know what they want to do?
Yeah, and I think I think what that affects you is, and we'll get into it deeper as you say, I think that people will start to try to counter what the Eagles are doing, and they'll look at it and say, okay, we got to make sure that we, like, the Commander, the Giants got jumped in the draft by the Eagles a couple years ago for Devontae Smith, and they still haven't gotten over it. People are going to be able to, when it's telegraphed like this, people are going to be able to know where the Eagles are pointing.
Yes, counter and also replicate.
And replicate. I'm not worried about them replicating.
Because they can't do the cap like Howie.
Because I don't understand that. Well, the thing is, you need an owner like Howie has to be able to do what they do with the cap. You need an owner that's willing to say, oh, you need me to write $100 million in checks, in advances? Yes. They're willing to pay guys. Oh, you want to give this guy $10 million ahead. You want to give this guy a signing bonus of $40 million. You want to, Jeffrey Lurie's willing to do that all the time. So that's a big thing. Other owners won't do that. You can know the plan, but you might not have an owner who's willing to cater to that plan.
Yeah, like they have the golden tandem here in Philadelphia between Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie, and it's a beautiful place to be. Okay, let's give away our first pair of Sixers tickets. The question here: so Jeff Kerr listed a couple of teams, or rather, John asked him who's the biggest threat in the NFC. Who did he put at the top of that list as the biggest threat in the NFC? 215-263-0975 is the contest line number. The first caller with that right answer will win a pair of tickets for the Sixers game this coming Monday, February 24th versus the Bulls at the Wells Fargo Center. Single game tickets are on sale now at Sixers.com. So one more time, the question, and the first caller at the contest line will get it. Who is the biggest threat in the NFC to the Eagles this next season, according to Jeff Kerr? Coming up next, we are going to take a look at a guy that actually happened to be in the borough near where you and I were, Johnny, last night. Saquon Barkley making his way around Westchester. Well,
Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, Saquon. He is going to be a big part of the Eagles in 2025 and 2026. But maybe not as big of a part as he was in his debut season. And that could lead to a big need in depth at the running back position. We will talk about what Saquon Barkley's encore performance could look like next here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Juergens has surgery. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Fanatic Sports Update. After battling a back injury throughout the playoffs, Eagles center Cam Juergens underwent a procedure on his back yesterday. It's reported that doctors expect Juergens to make a full recovery by July in time for training camp. And it's going to be a big training camp as the team will have a new offensive coordinator. Kevin Patullo was hired on Wednesday. A.J. Brown joined the insiders on the NFL Network yesterday and said he is a fan of the new OC.
I truly feel like it's a great hire. He already has been involved in almost everything. Him, Kellen, and Nick basically called the plays already. So it's a great hire.
The Sixers dropped their first game back after the All-Star break last night, 124-104 to the Boston Celtics. They're back in action tomorrow night against the Brooklyn Nets. You can catch that game live right here on The Fanatic. And the Flyers begin their unofficial second half of the season tomorrow against the Edmonton Oilers. Puck drops for that game tomorrow at 1. You can listen to that game also right here on The Fanatic. And speaking of hockey, Team USA lost to Team Canada last night 3-2 in overtime of the Four Nations face-off.
We have another pair of Sixers tickets to give away. We just gave away our one pair from the Jeff Kerr interview question, so make sure you're listening through the entire 9 o'clock hour. We'll give out another one.
And we did not steal Jeff's season tickets.
No, we did not. No, these are available
I would,
tickets.
though, if I had an opportunity to do so.
Absolutely.
If I knew it couldn't be traced.
I'm sure he'd take you. He
He would, absolutely.
Yeah, nice guy. But another nice guy is Saquon Barkley, who had an insanely good year. He is the perfect athlete, person, Philadelphia Eagle, maybe perfect everything.
People love him.
Barkley.
People love him.
And he has earned that love here in the city of Philadelphia in a very short time. But we need to have a realistic conversation about the limitations of the human Saquon Barkley. Because as much as he feels like a god right now, he is not this deity that is above the normal running back tendencies. And this is not a knock on Saquon. I still think he's going to be great in 2025, 2026. But this is going to be a season to watch cautiously what Saquon Barkley does. When you have that uptick in usage, when you have that level of usage in general, Johnny, we've brought it up many times about other running backs.
It's scary.
Christian McCaffrey, Derrick Henry, guys that get used that much, it's tough for them to not only sustain that level, that's not even what we're talking about, to make it through the next season like healthy. Knock on wood, we're all praying for that, and that's not the conversation really, but the Eagles will have to look at Saquon Barkley's usage differently this next year, coming off a long season, than they did coming into this season.
That's why I asked Andrew yesterday, and I'll ask you. I don't remember if you chimed in on it. That's why I'm not comfortable going in with Will Shipley being the only option.
I'm not either.
And that's why if a money deal could be done and swung on a 2-year deal with Kenny Gainwell, who Nick Sirianni said his favorite player, I would think that I don't think it's out of the question that Kenny Gainwell's back.
I don't think it is either.
But the deal would have to be good for Kenny. And to me, I think I am not comfortable at all going into next season with Will Shipley being the plan B.
Yeah, I'm totally with you there. So let's do a rapid fire here.
Okay.
This is going to be kind of like the Pete Prisco, Jalen Hurts, or this quarterback thing.
All right.
But we're hopefully going to have to do a better job than Pete did in that one. But let's do Kenny Gainwell because I think he is like low-key a very important free agent for the Eagles to look at bringing back. And I want to know, Kenny Gainwell or this free agent, who should the Philadelphia Eagles prioritize?
Okay, what is it?
Now, not looking at I know money is going to be different for these different players.
Okay.
So it's not going to be the same thing. But let's say Kenny Gainwell or Oren Burks. Who would you rather have back?
Oren Burks.
Okay, so already.
Because I'm worried about Nakobe Dean. I don't want to see a position that all of a sudden got to be a position of strength become a position of iffy again. And more importantly, I do think in the draft, you could draft another back that could come in here next year and do good things in year one.
Okay, so, I don't know where you're going to draft another running back, like 4th round, 5th round.
I'd be fine with that. I'd be fine with the beginning. But I do think you can find running backs in the NFL.
You can find a project.
I don't think project. I don't think 4th round's projects. There's lots of guys who are not projects that you can get in the 4th round that aren't going to be projects behind this offensive line and everything.
Was he a 4th or a 5th round pick last year?
I think he was 5th.
Yeah, but that's
with Will.
That's the thing. I don't know if we're not comfortable with one Will Shipley, adding a second Will Shipley doesn't exactly.
I don't think you're
4th round.
I don't think you're adding. I don't think you just label 4th rounders that they're Will Shipley because I do believe you can find quality backs.
And I like Will Shipley.
We do. We absolutely like.
Just very much in that Jeremiah Trotter Jr. type of conversation where it's he's a player in this league to some extent. We don't know exactly what that extent is yet.
Correct.
Important on special teams. Got to let the guy grow a little bit.
They talked about inviting him into the exciting whites, but he did not hit the number of. He did not hit the number.
He's on the wait list.
On the wait list.
Yes, he could
There's
be
a velvet rope that they will decide whether they want to live
a future exciting white potentially.
Brendan Gunn could have been too, but he failed. He did not get it.
Let's go Will Shipley.
That haircut takes you out.
Will Shipley or Fred Johnson? Or Will Shipley. Kenny Gainwell or Fred Johnson?
Kenny Gainwell.
Okay.
You can find Fred Johnson You can find players like him all over the NFL, and that's no knock on Fred, but guys that need a spruce up.
And Stoutland being there, I have faith in any guy they bring in on that position.
Yes.
Fair enough. Darius Slade could be gone, which means you could need depth at corner. Kenny Gainwell or Avonte Maddox?
Kenny Gainwell all day long. I'm calling. Look.
My grandma, who passed away 10 years ago, would be better than Avonte Maddox.
God rest her soul.
And he's a Super Bowl champion. I don't want to disrespect him. I respect his 7-year career.
Great defensive play in that Super Bowl, too.
No,
he did. They picked on him right away because they saw him on the field.
I mean, he's a liability.
Don't pick on me. I'm Avonte Maddox.
If Avonte Maddox was on this team next year, I'd be shocked. You know what?
I will be as well.
I'd consider getting as bad a haircut as Brendan Gunn gave himself.
I don't even know if you could call that a haircut when
his mind grows back so fast.
Okay, so Kenny, important, but there are some guys that are like 4th or 5th or 6th on the priority list. Sure. Got him like even or below. So
Oren Burks was. You seemed. You seemed a little surprised that I went Oren Burks so high.
I was very surprised.
I think Oren Burks is a high one because I'm telling you right now. We'll talk about it later on and everything like that. I don't believe. Right now, if you had, I got to make a call. I don't believe you're going to see a big money extension done with Nakobe Dean.
And we've tried linebacker at just random guys off the street, stuff like that. I think replacement level guys at linebacker are harder to find than running back. You can get any guy in here as a backup running back. I think they can be adequate.
And I think there are veteran guys. I'm going to, Nerd Boy, maybe this weekend if I have a chance. I'm going to be out and about a lot. I'm going to Flyers tomorrow. Can't wait. I'm going to look at the veteran running backs that are out there too.
That's the smarter move, in my opinion.
I do think you could find one. And by the way, veteran running backs, you sometimes get them.
They're a dime a dozen.
$2 million a year.
Yeah,
you sometimes get them like really affordable deals.
I don't think it's a draft pick, but I will say that like if you don't think Kenny Gainwell, like if you think Kenny Gainwell is important and he's going to get paid somewhere else, I think you need to bring in someone who's proven. Because I'm going to say this, and it's not something I'm rooting for at all.
Right.
And I hope to God that I'm wrong. But if I'm sitting in Howie Roseman's chair, I am approaching the backup running back position with an assumption that we're going to have to live life without Saquon Barkley for 3 or 4 games this next year.
I love your mentality there. You're smart. You know what? You're smarter when you sit in this room.
It must be the oxygen.
Gun, you
like
feeling
a casino where they pump the air in?
I don't know. I think this room's the smart stuff.
I don't know.
Connor is pretty smart today.
But you agree with that one?
Yeah, yes.
I do believe I'm looking at it as if I'm Howie Roseman, I'm speculating that next year there's going to be some the car's going to be in the shop for some games with Saquon Barkley.
And I hope it's not. Like
I hope not either. We're not hoping for that.
Do you change your game plan based on that? Do you
as far as the offseason plan? Yes.
A little bit
in the game. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. And I think that's something with Kevin Patullo being the pass game coordinator in the past. Like I think that's going to be something that maybe that was a thought process when you hire Kevin Patullo saying, hey, this dude knows how to toss the football around a little bit. Even though Bill Colarulo, who you're going to hear sitting in for Mike Missanelli,
he's got a lot to say.
He has plenty to say about sports in Philly.
He does. Bill put out a great tweet yesterday about Kevin Patullo and his numbers in the passing game and the running game.
Okay.
And how he's not afraid to continue to run a rushing, heavy offense.
Well, I think he's going to do whatever the organizational philosophy is.
Exactly.
And I'm sure that even though they didn't do an extensive interview process to hire him for the job, they knew him. I'm sure the conversation was had. Look, you're coming in here to do this. Are you equipped to do this? What would be your plan to do this? Because this is what he's not coming in here saying, we're changing things up, boys.
Yeah.
I'm the new OC. He's coming in here to do what he's told to do.
And continuity is his biggest strength. It's the thing that people who are defending Kevin Patullo's hiring right now, the number one thing they say is the continuity that he will keep for Jalen Hurts in the offensive terminology is the most important thing. And whether that's right or wrong, it's factual about how he's going to handle things, and he'd be dumb to change everything up. So you're absolutely right there. I just think when we talk about the running back position, it would be a redundancy to draft somebody in the 4th or 5th round with Will Shipley already in-house to replace Kenny Gainwell.
I haven't seen the draft class. If I saw the draft class, I'd agree with you 100%. I got to look more and see the running backs that are out there because there's some years the draft class goes much deeper where you can find guys on the 3rd day.
You're not wrong.
That can step in, especially behind, again, this offensive line.
My gut feeling is just sign a veteran guy that is going to back up other places.
Sure.
Bring him in to be that guy for a couple of games here in Philadelphia. If needed,
I'd love Kenny G
Saquon
to
is
be
not
back
Superman again.
so much, though.
I would as well. I just don't know if it's realistic because Nick Sirianni, he showed his hand. He said, everybody, hey, I'm a Super Bowl winning head coach, and Kenneth Gainwell's my favorite player. Come get him, boys.
Yeah, there it is.
So that's why we've been saying all year that all the Philadelphia Eagles free agents stink, and nobody should sign them so that we can get back on a discount.
They're all a bunch of bums.
Yeah, they're terrible. Nobody signed our guys.
Don't
we
bring
won the
them back.
Super Bowl by luck. Isn't that what everyone was saying in the national
Pete
media?
Prisco, right? You know,
That's what
if you
some
can't
are
win,
saying.
if Jalen Hurts can't win behind that offensive line with 2 star wide receivers and a running back star, well, then why didn't you pick him?
Yeah.
The boys last night out at the Sidebar in Westchester loved it. They loved that point of view.
Oh, man. This is just, it's been a fun day, a championship Friday once again. And it's fun to think about where the Eagles can go because we know how good the team is no matter what they do.
Sure. And when you win the Super Bowl, it makes the offseason so much more fun.
And building on that, the opportunity to build on top of a Maserati instead of buying a loaner and trying to put tires on it when we go back to the car analogy is a beautiful, beautiful thing. Coming up next, we've got the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3, the best 3 minutes of today's show. We also have another pair of tickets to give away, and it's our final segment. So if you want to win some Sixers tickets, a good chance you're going to get the question coming up in just a little bit. I'm Connor Thomas sitting in for Andrew Salciunas, John Kincade to my left, Brendan Gunn on the board, and we're back for more here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson.
here. Connor Thomas sitting in for Andrew Salciunas. He'll be back on Monday, but this Championship Friday has gone by smoothly and quickly.
Well, you've been driving the bus very well today.
I appreciate that.
And I haven't been throwing peanuts from the back or anything.
Dude, we had that a bunch when we played high school baseball, and those bus trips, they were certainly something. God bless our coach.
On the bus rides just to St. Annie's and O'Hara, there was sometimes hijinks going on.
Yeah.
Back on the school bus. The old red arrows.
I do miss the bus days. But it's better to just drive
Yellow
my own car
Bird.
now.
I think they were called Yellow Bird.
Yeah, there were a bunch of different ones. Thomas's. I remember Thomas's.
Thomas's?
Because I used to always say they were named after me. My dad owned them.
Could have been.
Wasn't true. But we had a guest driver, too, for a little bit for one segment. Jeff Kerr of CBS Sports joined us on our bus ride of Kincade Salciunas today, as we're calling it.
And they didn't make him take a breathalyzer. He sounded very logical.
No, he was good to go. So we have another pair of Sixers tickets to give away, and I have the question for you to win those Sixers tickets. 215-263-0975 is the contest line. You got to call on that number, not the normal line.
Which way are you going on this one?
Jeff Kerr said that the Eagles' number one draft focus was at this position group. What was it? The first caller to the contest line, 215-263-0975, is going to win a pair of Sixers tickets to the upcoming game on Monday, February 24th versus the Bulls at the Wells Fargo Center. Single game tickets are on sale now at Sixers.com. So again, what position group is going to be the Eagles' focus, according to Jeff Kerr, in the upcoming NFL draft? So there's our last pair of Sixers tickets to give away. And I want to check in because we haven't really heard from the people. We've been busy talking to Jeff Kerr and running through our position groups. B-Gun, what do we have on the text line on our topics today?
Yeah, we got Jay in Westchester checking in, saying, I have full faith in the Eagles, and I have full faith in the Kevin Patillo hire. He said Patullo. I keep Delcoing it. I keep Delcoing it.
Patullo?
Patullo.
There it is.
Jalen also didn't give Kellen Moore a glowing endorsement, so I don't get why people are complaining about what he said about Patullo last week. He sounded like he was complaining and saying that over 90% of the offense was different when he was talking about Kellen Moore as well, and that worked out.
Now, the difference is, and Jay's not wrong there with the whole, Jalen didn't give a glowing endorsement to Kellen Moore. And maybe the lesson here is Jalen's not really going to give a glowing endorsement to anybody because he's just a robot. But Kellen Moore didn't need a glowing endorsement from Jalen Hurts.
He had a 5-year resume of success, 4 of the years, extreme success.
Exactly. So
totally different.
Yeah, it is a different situation. Now, again, I don't really care if Jalen Hurts gives a glowing review or not. Maybe that's fair, maybe it's not. And I think he should have been involved in the process, and I hope that he was, of having this decision made, at least in the conversation to the extent that a player should be in personnel decisions with the coaching staff. But remember, part of that Brian Johnson situation was Jalen Hurts and him had the relationship their whole lives. And how close they were made no difference when the guy couldn't coach. So,
you know what, too, is that he was also, I just think the speed of it and how it's been described to me is it's so hard that, and the Jeopardy line was given to me by guys in the league, that it's hard when you're under gun to make play calls. It takes time to get into a rhythm and be comfortable with it.
Absolutely.
The clock's ticking.
That's for the first 4 weeks of the regular season, the preseason of course, for them.
Right.
Yeah, but here's
I hope that's not the case, though.
I'm going to absolutely fight the fight that we should have patience through the first 4 weeks. Now, I'm going to make this claim right now, too. And you're going to have to bear witness to this, Johnny.
All right.
Because Andrew's not here right now, but I'm going to stand by this for the rest of the offseason and the start of next year. I am absolutely going to give the Eagles an offensive grace period to figure things out.
Okay, what's grace period mean? Does it mean if they're turning the ball over, you're going to be okay? If it's not with turnovers, if they're just a little puttering around, I'm okay. If it's a bunch of turnovers and stuff, I'm not going to be happy.
It would have to look egregiously bad for me to have a major freak out. But what I will promise you is even though Kellen Moore's resume was better coming in, and Kevin Patullo's resume is not as strong,
no,
he does not get a longer grace period. I am giving him the first month of the season, the same thing I gave to Kellen Moore. 4 weeks.
Month, really?
What if the bye's week 6? You giving them that extra week?
No, I am not. No, maybe we'll reevaluate.
But by then you're into the end of October. By then you're into the end of October.
Yeah, he gets 4 weeks. Now I gave Kellen Moore the same. I will give did I say Kevin Moore? Kellen Moore the same.
Right.
Kevin Patullo will get the same type of grace from me because new coordinator, growing pains, all of that. I do believe that's a thing that we're going to continue to talk about. But I'm not going to be like, well, he's brand new. He hasn't called plays before, so let's drag this out 6 weeks, 8 weeks.
No.
There's still expectations on this team. So that is my bar. I am sticking to it. I am establishing it right now on February 21st, 2025, and I will not change that.
I want to be impressed, and I'm not gonna put it like it doesn't have to look perfect right out of the gate, but what it has to be is efficient. They still have to be efficient on offense, and that's where I'll hang at. That's when I'm going to have a problem if they look like they're just getting in their own way offensively.
Yeah. Again, they should be efficient. I agree with what they should be, and that's the expectation for me. Like, I expect them to come out and look sharp. If they don't, though, I will not be upset with it. Like, I'm not going to be worried about the overall ceiling of this team because we just saw a team start 2-2 with a couple of really rough performances, mainly the one in Tampa Bay, and then go on to be one of the great football teams in the history of the league.
Yeah, they're pretty awesome.
So we'll see. Now, I would like them to play in the preseason,
everything, too. The Green Bay game, they were pretty good.
Yeah.
In Sao Paulo.
No, they were
I mean, they still, they have 34 points that night?
Yeah, and that was after two early turnovers. They could have put up like 40.
But slow against the Saints, lost to the Falcons at home, and then get smoked by Tampa Bay.
Browns game didn't look good either offensively.
Three quarters of the Saints game, no points.
I just want to establish that if we see a very similar start to the year as we did this year, there are going to be people with a lot of short-term memory loss that say, this team's in trouble. Kevin Patullo's got to figure it out. When we can look back and just say, okay, I'm not saying be comfortable with mediocrity. I'm saying there's time to turn it around through the first 4 weeks. Now, there's no time to turn this show around because we're just about over. But we've had a good one today, and we want you to be able to listen back to it with us. So it is time, as long as I know Brendan Gunn's been pulling double duty, getting everything ready. We good on the Key 3?
Good to go.
It's time for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3, the best 3 minutes of today's show.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3, today's best.
We had a lot of interesting discourse on the Eagles' offensive coordinator hire. Nobody knows if Kevin Patullo is going to be good or not. But there's plenty of conjecture about what the hiring process was, what his resume looks like. And part of the argument that I tried to make yesterday when going back and forth with you, John, and Andrew, was that at this point, I'm kind of inclined on any decision where there's an element of uncertainty to trust the Philadelphia Eagles almost to a blind level. And I think a lot of people in the fan base have gotten there with this team right now.
I think they got there recently.
Yes.
But many have gotten there.
Yeah, it's
absolutely. It's because it's a recent thing. Because as recent as the week as we were preparing for the Green Bay game, I think half of this fan base was Chicken Little.
Yeah.
Was embarrassing the hell out of me.
I think it's as recently as post-Super Bowl. Like, I think you needed the ring to validate everything we thought.
Okay.
But I think in the wake of a season that incredible, where we were having conversations earlier this week about, is this the best Super Bowl winning team of the last 25 years of the history of the NFL? Like,
arguably it is.
It is. So when
Case was good.
When you do that, a lot of people in the fan base now look at Howie Roseman, Jeffrey Lurie, Nick Sirianni, this organization and the way they conduct their business and say, well, they just nailed everything for a year, so why would we doubt them? And I know that's not your thing because healthy skepticism is kind of how you view sports sometimes.
Well, I think if the Philadelphia Eagles were the Kansas City Chiefs, and even though they beat them, 2 weeks ago, but if they were the Kansas City Chiefs franchise and we had a string of Lombardis the last 5 years and Super Bowl berths where we didn't win, but they still got there, I'd be fine with it. No, they're not there yet with blind faith because one thing we've seen with the Eagles, and it's the only critique to me, Connor, is that they have not done a good job sustaining.
Have you reached the point of blind faith with the Philadelphia Eagles' decision-making after a year that resulted in a Super Bowl in such astounding fashion as they went through the playoffs with?
Again, do you think I'm wrong on that? If someone tells me they have blind faith in the Eagles, I'm going to say to them, you got there 2 weeks ago.
I don't think you're wrong to say that.
Because, to me, I don't think we heard all season long, I don't think we heard blind faith that this team was going to bring home a Lombardi.
Right. But
my blind faith was Final Four. Mm-hmm. Wasn't to win a championship.
Yeah, but once you get there, you get there.
Good. No, that's what I say.
Yeah.
If you told me every year, and I believe we're going to see it in the next couple of years, you've got a great chance to get to the Final Four every year, sign me in the dotted line.
Yeah,
that's fantastic.
Who says no to that? I mean, the only team in football that even questions that is Kansas City because they're like, sign us up for the final two. But the Eagles might be that team now. I know we're not going to do the dynasty conversation.
No.
Mr. Salciunas, who normally likes to poke the bear on that one and talk to you about that as the day off.
Well, he's visiting his psychiatrist today, too, I understand. So they can talk about this dynasty talk.
But the blind faith thing is interesting because inherently it seems wrong. Right? You should be able to question everything that an organization does. A winning organization, a losing organization, a mediocre organization. Every move, there should be a positive side and a negative side of any potential opportunity. Pros and cons lists are a great way to evaluate risk. One of the things you like to talk about. There you have it, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3, the best 3 minutes of today's show. Now, Johnny, real quick before we're out of here, you know we get to watch tomorrow. I know you're going to go see the Flyers.
I'm going to the Flyers in the afternoon before church. I do not know. What do we get to see?
We're going to see. I don't know if it's actually on TV or it probably isn't, to be honest, because spring training games are weird. But the Philadelphia Phillies are playing baseball tomorrow. How crazy is that?
Is it on TV, though?
I don't know if it is or not, but there is a game tomorrow. You have to check your local listings, NBC Sports Philadelphia, and see if they are available. But I know for a fact that there will be a baseball game played, which with snow on the ground right now and you getting like 1.5 inches of snow last night.
Yeah, it kept snowing last night. I couldn't believe it.
It's kind of weird to think that they will step on the field in a semi-competitive nature for the first time, but we're almost there, folks. We're getting there. I know it feels like football season just ended, but the Flyers will play tomorrow. The Sixers just played last night, and now
but they are on Sunday on TV.
Oh, on Sunday they're
That's
on TV.
awesome.
Okay, great. So you'll have the first Phillies spring training game tomorrow, the first televised spring training game on Sunday. We got March Madness right around the corner. The Eagles winning the Super Bowl, and us having this great conversation about this team to talk about. It's just as cut down on the time where we normally sit here and we're like, wow, football season's done. There's only so much we can say about the offseason because the Eagles didn't win it all. Like, we're just in a beautiful spot of the sports calendar, and the cyclical nature gets a little bit tighter when you win it all. It's been a beautiful day here.
I love it. I just feel that there's an energy to the offseason that when you win the Super Bowl, my gosh, everything just looks like now you look at it from a positive point of view.
Absolutely. Do you think there's room to grow on top of where the energy of this fan base is? Like, is the jar already filled all the way up to the cap? Or do you think that, like, let's say they go out and they have a great offseason by, like, on paper, because we won't know until they play a game, but Howie nails everything again, and they get a great draft prospect to fall to him at 32. Do you think there's more room to go, or have we reached our limit of, like, what we're excited about?
No, I think there's plenty more to go. I just think there's going to be a lot of strategy before the draft. There's going to be a lot of strategizing, and you feel like now Howie is playing chess from a position of strength. And I honestly think once we get done that March 10th through March 12th, when they open up free agency, the legal tampering, and then the official time when they're signing people, we'll have a much better plan of what they're going into the draft and much better focus. And we're counting on Andrew DeCecco, honestly, to be able to lead us through the desert.
He has plenty to say about sports in Philly.
He does.
You love that one.
And I love it, too. Makes me laugh every time.
So we have a big-time week coming up with the Combine and everything we're going to talk to our insiders, our guests about. So that's some wonderful stuff. And I'm excited to hear who the guys are that pop and see if Andrew DeCecco has another DeCecadamus, as Andrew Salciunas calls it, moment in him of a depth guy or maybe a first-rounder that the Eagles could end up bringing in to another great roster. But, Johnny?
I know this. Support life-saving cancer research. I heard from Ron Davis today, a little frustrated 76ers season ticket holder.
It happens.
For making a donation today, the Davis CPA Group, making a donation to the AACR, the American Association for Cancer Research. Our tax paperwork will get to Ron tomorrow. 97.5thefanatic.com/AACR. I'm living proof that cancer research saves lives.
Thank you for reminding me because I got to get on my taxes. Tax season, it's here, folks. They're right around the corner. Also right around the corner, the Mike Missanelli Show. Mike out today. He's on vacation, so Bill Colarulo is in the main chair. Ray Dunn comes into the second chair in the big studio, and Sean Rodman will be on the board. So they got more great stuff coming up for you next. But Andrew Salciunas, who's normally in the seat, will be back on Monday. We'll be back to our normal spots here on Kincade and Salciunas. It'll be a fun weekend of some good stuff with the Flyers Carnival and all the programming we have here.
I'll be on
Sunday
Sunday 12 to 3 with Kevin Cooney.
Perfect. And B. Gunn is going to be on this weekend as well, so listen to him.
Before us, Kevin?
Yeah, we should do a crossover.
Brendan, yeah, we'll do that.
We'll set up your show.
There we
Look
go.
at that. See,
We'll
we're already planning the weekend stuff. Well, that's our time. Thank you for joining us. The Mike Missanelli Show comes your way next. And you've been listening to Kincade Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Juergens has surgery. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Fanatic Sports Update. After battling a back injury throughout the playoffs, Eagles center Cam Juergens underwent a procedure on his back yesterday. It's reported by reporters and doctors that Juergens is expected to be back and make a full recovery by July in time for training camp. And it's going to be a big training camp as the team hired a new offensive coordinator on Wednesday, Kevin Patullo. A.J. Brown joined the insiders on the NFL Network yesterday and said he is a fan of the new OC.
I truly feel like it's a great hire. He already has been involved in almost everything. Him, Kellen, and Nick basically called the plays already. So it's a great hire.
The Sixers dropped their first game back after the All-Star break last night by a score of 124-104 to the Boston Celtics. The Sixers are back in action tomorrow night against the Brooklyn Nets. You can listen to that game live right here on The Fanatic. And the Flyers, they begin their unofficial second half of the season tomorrow against the Edmonton Oilers. Puck drops tomorrow at 1 p.m. You can listen to that